Everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting. This is the Alameda City Council. Tonight is Tuesday, November 18, 2025, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. The council is about to go into closed session, but before we do, I'd like to ask City Clerk Laura Weisinger to please call the roll.
Council members Daysog?
Here.
Oh, Bowler. I really went haywire there. This is my day. Daysog. Jensen.
Whoa.
Here.
You got critical mass. Okay, let's do it.
Pryor.
Here.
Mayor Izzy Ashcraft.
Here.
5 present.
All right. And Madam Clerk, do you want to take it from here on the
Sure.
agenda?
So the item on the consent calendar was withdrawn, and there is no public comment on the closed session items. So we are good to, you want me to start introducing the 3? And one item was also withdrawn, 4C. So there's only 3 remaining items. 4A, public employee appointment hiring pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title description of positions to be filled, city manager, interim city manager. 4B is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city negotiators of the city manager, human resources director, Jack Hughes from Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, and Assistant City Attorney. Employee organizations are the International Association of Firefighters Local 689 and Alameda Fire Chiefs Association. Under negotiation are salaries, employee benefits in terms of employment. And 4D is conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D4. The number of cases is 1, with the city initiating legal action as plaintiff with the potential defendant of the Port of Oakland.
I need to take a deep breath after listening to that. Oh, okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well done, as always. All right, so we are about to adjourn into closed session. It will be just the City Council and our City Attorney to start with. Can I just check on logistics? Has everyone gotten their meals out of? Great. Okay, so if I could have the Council and the City Attorney, and we are going to do our very best to be back to you by 7 p.m. this evening. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
When council just finished closed session, we're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back before you at 7:20. From closed session, although we are going to return after this meeting because we didn't finish all our closed session items. Madam Clerk, do you have an announcement to make, or?
We're gonna just do all the announcements at the end.
At the end.
Yeah, in case anything gets resumed, so, yeah.
Okay, so perfect. So with that, we are going to, I'm going to call the call to order the regular meeting, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked our Vice Mayor, Michelle Pryor, if she would please lead the pledge.
All right, please stand if you are able. Okay, ready, begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vice Mayor Pryor. Madam Clerk, we have the special, because I'm calling to order this special joint meeting of the City Council and the successor agency to the Community Improvement Commission, used to be known as the Redevelopment Agency. Madam Clerk, is the consent calendar, do you want to introduce the consent calendar?
Yes, and we'll quickly do roll call too.
Did we not do roll call? Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm trying to hurry. Yes, why don't we do roll call? Thank you.
Perfect. Okay,
all here.
Councilmembers Bowler. Here. Dazug.
Here.
Jensen.
Here.
Pryor.
Here.
Mayor Ezzy Ashcraft.
Also here.
5 present. And for the consent calendar, there's just 2 items, and it looks like we don't have any speakers on it. So you all are welcome to discuss or take a vote.
Okay, so this is the consent calendar, and again, just for the successor agency. Do you have a motion to approve, or questions, comments? Motion?
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Councilmember Bowler, seconded by
Second.
Vice Mayor Pryor. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously, so I will now adjourn the successor agency meeting of the council and the successor agency, and I will call to order the regular city council meeting, and we'll start with the roll call.
Roll call has been noted. 5 present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any agenda changes?
There are none.
All right, then we will move on to proclamations, special orders of the day, and announcements. And I understand there's something exciting happening under this item.
Yes, there is. And we're going to, I need to promote
yeah.
our attendee who is going to, let me get, find her really quickly, pardon me, and we'll get the slides up. And so I don't know.
Danielle Mueller is in the audience. Should we
Yes.
invite her up? She's over here on this side,
I
Madam Clerk.
think so.
I'm going to invite our Sustainability and Resilience Manager, Danielle Mueller, to come on up. And do you want to tell the audience what this is about, this award? Because you're an integral part of this.
Sure. Well, we have a special guest here tonight to share the award with us. Hopefully she's there. Okay. So she's going to share the award and explain exactly what we are being awarded with. But the City of Alameda was awarded by the Institute of Local Governments a number of awards recognizing our leadership as a community, as council and as staff, of our achievements in climate action. And I don't want to take away from what she said, so I'm happy to say more afterwards if
Okay.
you'd like.
And I just want for everyone who's watching to know how fortunate our island city is to have Danielle Mueller as our, I always get the order wrong, Sustainability and Resilience Manager. She takes good care of us, and she and the team. And now, greetings, and would you like to introduce yourself? I think maybe from Sacramento?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Ashcraft and council members. My name is Nikita Sinha. I'm a program manager from the Institute for Local Government, or ILG. Just a quick overview of ILG for those of you who may not be familiar. We're the nonprofit education and training affiliate of the League of California Cities. And you can move to the next slide here. In 2010, we launched the Beacon program, which is a recognition program focusing on acknowledging the steps that local governments are taking proactively towards addressing topics like reducing greenhouse gas emissions, becoming more energy efficient, and overall addressing climate change. And over the past decade plus, 15 years now, this program has evolved to include a framework where cities and counties can plan, share, evaluate innovative strategies and programs to address a variety of climate-related issues facing our cities across the state. The Beacon program honors participants for achievements in 5 different categories that we call the Spotlight Awards: energy savings, natural gas savings, community greenhouse gas emissions reductions, agency greenhouse gas emission reductions, and sustainability best practices, which covers 10 topics across the broad field of sustainability and actions that the cities have completed under each of those 10 categories. And then after receiving an award in all 5 of these spotlight categories, Beacon participating agencies would receive a Beacon Vanguard Award. And if you move to the next slide, you'll see we're so grateful to have the City of Alameda as a participant in the Beacon program, and we're really excited this year to recognize the city with 2 Spotlight Awards. The first is a Platinum Level Award for Community Greenhouse Gas Reductions, and the second is a Silver Level Award for Sustainability Best Practices. And Mayor Ashcraft, as you mentioned, those are a testament to both the city's leadership and your amazing team, including Danielle. But that is not all, so I won't say congratulations just yet. If you move over to the next slide, I will share that in 2021, the Beacon program expanded to include 5 new award categories, which are the Leadership and Innovation Awards, which celebrate the effort of local governments to implement collaborative, inclusive, and equitable climate resilience and adaptation programming and planning in their communities. The Leadership and Innovation Awards recognize local governments across 5 different categories: leadership in climate resilience and adaptation, cross-agency collaboration in climate adaptation, equity and engagement in sustainability and climate, innovation in clean transportation, and innovation in clean energy. We're so excited this year to celebrate the City of Alameda and its partners as the winners of the 2025 Cross-Agency Collaboration and Climate Adaptation Award. The Oakland Alameda Adaptation Committee demonstrates what this award is really about, which is that there's power in working together to address climate issues, especially sea level rise, which don't follow any jurisdictional boundary. So we're really excited to honor the City of Alameda, City of Oakland, Port of Oakland, East Bay Parks and Recreation District, and all of the other members, stakeholders, and community members involved with the committee for your ongoing efforts. We're excited to see how the efforts of the committee continue to progress. And so on behalf of ILG, just like to say congratulations to the City of Alameda, and we're really excited to honor all of your hard work.
Thank you so much, and thank you for appearing remotely to extend this award. We, some of us, Vice Mayor Pryor and Assistant City Manager Amy Wooldridge and I attended the League of California Cities annual conference, and so we did have a moment where we got this cool plaque. Oh, I guess it's in our office, but we took some photos, but we wanted to share this with the community. So thank you so much for being here. Any questions or comments, Council? All right. Well, thank you again. Lovely to see you. Take care.
You as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. And thank you, the amazing Danielle Mueller, for all you do. All right. It's always fun to start with a celebration. Okay. And so we are about to go into oral communications, non-agenda items. And before we kick off the meeting and our public comments and all that, I just want to go over, which I do most meetings, the ground rules for city council meetings. And I like to remind people that this is a business meeting and we are here to conduct the city's business. So it's not theater, it's not a sporting event, and therefore we don't applaud, boo, cheer, jeer, or do the wave. We just listen respectfully to speakers when they speak. When it's our turn, we step right up, make that microphone whatever level you need, but then also please stop talking when the city clerk tells you your time is up. And the reason that I give these reminders each meeting is that for many people, public speaking is one of the most stressful things they can do. And for some people, they might even decide not to get up out of their chair and come to the podium. And that would be a shame, because this is your town hall, and this is where the people's business is conducted, so we want to hear from you. But if somebody finds the environment hostile, they just might stay safe in their seat, avoid eye contact, and not speak. And I also like to remind people that oftentimes there are young people in the audience, and even if they're not physically here, they might be watching at home. And we always want to set that example of good civic leadership for them, so we remember that. But at the end of the day, we just want this to be a safe place where we can speak, where we can listen, and we don't have to agree with each other's ideas, but we want to listen respectfully. And there's always something we can learn, even from people we don't agree with. If you have signs are fine. It's your First Amendment right. I just ask that you don't hold them over your head and block the people behind you, unless you're in that last row, and you can hold them as high as you want, but hold them before you, just so they don't block anyone's view. And with that, we'll have a wonderful civil meeting, and I do need to read this magic language into the record. This is from Section 403 of the California Penal Code. California Penal Code Section 403 states that it is a criminal offense for any person to, without authority of law, willfully disturb or break up any assembly or meeting that is not unlawful in its character, other than an assembly or meeting referred to in Penal Code Section 302 or Elections Code Section 18340. First violations will receive a warning, and continued violations will require additional action, which could include police intervention. I just needed to read that, but that's all there is to that. And with that, Madam Clerk, we will move on to oral communications. This is where we take 15 minutes now at the top of the agenda to hear comment on items not on the agenda. I think a lot of you are here for items that are on the agenda. And then there's another opportunity at the end of the agenda if we didn't get through all the oral communication. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers under item 4?
We do. We have 6, and so they'll get 2 minutes each, and we'll make it through in enough time. The first speaker is Jay Ingram.
Welcome, Speaker Ingram.
I prepared 3 minutes worth of comments, so I'll cut it down. So
There
I'll
you
talk
go.
quick. Good evening, City Council. Jay Ingram, former Chair of Parks and Rec and Parks Commission. Thank you for your time and your service to this community. My concern is about the new full court basketball change of use at Little John Park. I'm here to ask the City Council to direct staff to move one backboard down to 8 feet while keeping the other at 10 feet. This would match the court at Franklin Park, and as your Recreation and Parks Director says, would provide greater flexibility and enjoyment for players and skill levels. My main issue is lack of proper noticing. Neighbors were not notified of this change of use. A-frames were put at the park, and information was on the city website. Most cities notify neighbors within 300 to 500 feet if there is a change of use. Had I known about this change, I would have expressed concerns earlier. I saw the court change. I reached out to the city through the phone number on the construction fence, and I still haven't heard from the from the project manager. A little bit of history. The previous 2 half courts facing Buena Vista Avenue were intentionally placed that way after being a full court prior. Discussions with the neighbors were held, and the solution was to remove the full court basketball court and place 2 half courts side by side, how it's been for many years. Neighbors' concerns were related to noise and profanities at all times of day and night, with an occasional fight breaking out. Multiple neighbors' backyards are directly impacted by this conversion. The conversion, as staff calls it, is more than just that. It's a change of use. This project should have been notified or noticed to the neighbors, just like Planning Department notices the neighbors. The Recreation and Parks Director says the West End needs more basketball courts. The Alameda Point Community Reuse Plan had a sports complex envisioned. If the West End lacks basketball courts, let's look at Alameda Point. A West End basketball court on Main Street was there, but it was removed to locate the community farm. After talking with Mr. Long, he stated he is committed to balancing the needs of neighbors and the community park use. Placing the hoops at 8 feet and 10 feet will serve a wider range of ages and abilities.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker?
Yanni Plakorakis?
Oh, Plakarakis. I know that name. Yeah, I'm not seeing
I'm not seeing him.
Mr. Plakarakis.
Okay,
Well,
we'll
we'll
go to the
see if
next.
he
Gordon
appears.
Williams?
Welcome, Speaker Williams.
Thank you, and thanks for your time. I want to talk about a traffic issue that's not Gibbons, so it's not agendized. Earlier this week, I was driving, I want to talk about another intersection that's Clement and Park Street. I was driving down Clement from the east end, looking to take a right on Park Street to go towards the Park Street Bridge. We have that new double bike lane there, and then I'm in the go straight lane or the turn right lane, and then there's a left turn lane. And I'm sitting at a red light, and I'm trying to turn right, and the light turns green, and there's a left turn, that arrow that turns green, but there's a right turn arrow that's red because the bike traffic also has a green. And so I'm sitting there waiting to take a right turn. The car behind me wants to go straight, but I can't move because I have the right red. And I bring this up to your attention just because we're talking about other traffic issues. Maybe this is something that just needs to get worked out. It's confusing to me as a driver, and I think that it could result in an accident where if I wasn't paying attention to see that, because there's so many signs there, to not see that right turn red, I would have instinctively just gone because I have a green light. Maybe we need like a green straight and not just a general green, or just better signage. And I'll just leave it at that. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jim Strelo?
Welcome, Speaker Strelo.
Good evening, Council. I'm talking about Atlantic Avenue and Constitution Way's traffic signal. Because of Pacific Central and Main's traffic circle 4-month detour, in the rain I have driven a vehicle a few times on westbound Atlantic Avenue past Webster Street. With 6 cars in each of the 2 westbound lanes, we got the green light. The left lane either turned left onto northbound Constitution Way or went straight ahead along Atlantic Avenue. Because some vehicles needed to wait to turn left, I waited and observed that the right lane did not move at all. There was a red right turn arrow halting turns onto southbound Constitution Way. There was a green bicycle light. Unsure if there was also a pedestrian green light. After the bicycle green light went red, the red right turn arrow was still red. I saw the pedestrian green counting down from 20 seconds. There were no more bicycles, and the pedestrian had already crossed. No one there. But the vehicle right arrow was still red for 20 seconds. This is the year 2025 with artificial intelligence, AI, solutions in many software applications. Guess what? The state of Texas Department of Transportation has been using AI for several years now. AI traffic signal programming uses a vision system that integrates video and radar sensors to handle unexpected traffic surges, resolve environmental concerns from air pollution from idling vehicles, and reduce traffic jams so that emergency vehicles can maneuver better through traffic. The company NoTraffic.com is a strategic partner with Texas Highway Products, which supplies traffic control and safety equipment. I encourage the City of Alameda staff to look into companies such as NoTraffic.com to better handle troublesome street intersection programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Barack Obama Shaw?
Welcome, Mr. Obama Shaw. Hi.
Right, didn't think you would get to me. We didn't know. All right. Wow. Thank you. So first of all, I just want to make a little announcement. I'm running for political office in 2026, running for governor of the state of California. And I also want to thank Ms. Laura here, who helped me out when I was running for mayor here in 2022. I got beat out by the best mayor in the world, came in third here. And I also want to acknowledge you guys for the Beacon Award. I think that's extraordinary. And to let everyone know here, you can reach me at Barack@pricelesspolitics.com. And my website is pricelesspolitics.com. And so anything that you need, or have questions, how I can be of service to anyone in the city or the state of California, you can reach me. And I think we had, with Jennifer Ott, we were looking at the time, what we're gonna do about the city manager. We needed to fill that position. And I just want to acknowledge you because you're doing an extraordinary job in that position. We knew we had the right person because I think you had been around before or something like that, and you just took your notes with you and came back to work. So very extraordinary. Tracy Jensen sends the emails, lets people know what's going on. She's doing an excellent job. And I want to acknowledge Sarah Henry for like, hey, man, tell people about what you're doing. I did my first campaign rally here November 8th, right out front. And thank you guys for being so amazing and have an extraordinary rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Josh Altieri?
Welcome, Speaker Altieri.
Good evening. My name is Josh Altieri. I'm the Community Relations Manager at the Housing Authority of the City of Alameda. Thank you for your time and service. Just want to share a couple quick updates. We hosted the grand opening of the North Housing Master Plan on September 25th. It's the opening of the first two buildings, which is Lynette Corner, which is 64 units of affordable housing for seniors, and 16 of those units are for previously military veterans, disabled, and previously unhoused. Those 16 units are fully leased up, and the second building is Estuary 1, 100% leased up there. Again, those are all individuals and households that were previously unhoused. We'd like to thank Councilmember Bowler, Councilmember Pryor, Assistant City Manager Wooldridge, City Manager Ott, and many city staff for attending the event. And we sincerely appreciate the efforts and partnership of the entire city. And if any council members interested in touring, please let me know. Another update is we received the National Award of Merit from the NARO, which is a National Association of Housing Redevelopment Officials. This is related to our Restore Rebuild project at Independence Plaza. It is the nation's first ever Restore Rebuild transaction focused on acquisition and preservation of existing housing instead of new construction. And again, we'd like to thank city staff, the council, as well as Assistant City Manager Wooldridge. And then we'd like to also, another project is the Poplar property. We've had 3 community meetings. We've appreciated the feedback from the neighborhood, as well as support from general support and recognition of the need of affordable housing in the city of Alameda from the broader community. We will be hosting 2 more meetings in early 2026. And when that information comes available, we'll share with staff, city staff, and council, as well as the general public, and be found at www.islandcitydevelopment.org. And then the last update, with 7 seconds left, is we would just like to thank outgoing City Manager Ott for leadership on affordable housing, and wish her well in her new position.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
I don't think that Yanni Placalor, no, he
Mr.
hasn't come back.
Plakarakis,
So
I
I
don't
think he's
see him.
gone, and so I think that's it.
All right. Well, with that, we will close oral communication, non-agenda items, and we will move on to the consent calendar. These are routine items that are approved by one motion unless council members remove an item for discussion. Any removed items will be called after the regular agenda, and council members may speak for up to 3 minutes on the consent calendar. So first, are there any items the council wants pulled from the consent calendar? Not seeing any. So does council have any questions, clarifying questions about any consent calendar items? Councilmember Jensen.
I have a question or two about 5D.
Okay.
5D.
5D as in dog?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the waterway study for the Oakland Alameda Planning, Building, Transportation Director. Alan Ty is waiting in the wings. Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Ready for your questions.
Thank you, Director Tai. My question is regarding, this is a contract to do a study on the pedestrian bicycle bridge project and I appreciate that the funding is available and that there's been an intermediate plan approved by the Transportation Commission and the council, and that this is the result of past discussions, several past discussions, correct?
That is correct. So the waterway study is a technical study. So we've previously completed what's called a project initiation document to narrow what are the feasible options. And at this point, the technical study really is to work with the users of the waterway to understand more of the technical feasibility of the bridge. Specifically, what is the span of the bridge and how does it operate? Does it open, close? So this is really the next step of the process.
So that's kind of gets to my substantial question, which is in the staff report, there are 3 anchors in Alameda for this bridge project that are outlined in the report. Are those the final anchors in Alameda, or are there going to be continued discussions regarding where the anchors will be in Alameda and Oakland as well?
There could be additional, but these are the three that came out of the project initiation document and phase, and that phase explored many more options, and it narrowed it down to these three. But through the waterway study, as we understand the operations of the bridge and the users of the waterway, there could be a need to look at even others.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then my last question is, and I know that I did see the schedule, and I appreciate that, and I know, as I mentioned, there were a number of staff reports and quite a lot of work that you and your staff did, thank you. How much, two of the three anchors in Alameda are adjacent to Bay 37, to the housing development there, and I just wanted to get a sense of how much input was provided on those discussions and on those anchors from Bay 37 residents.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So during the project initiation document phase, so this would be 2024 and earlier, our project manager, Rochelle Wheeler, had met with the Bay 37 neighbors on multiple occasions. I think there's a perception that there hasn't been a lot of communication in the past year, and it's true because the project reached a phase where there was not a lot of public interfacing work. So, for example, staff was busy obtaining the Caltrans grant. We were coming before the council to get your approval. And then this year, part of this year, we were busy with an RFP process to select the consultant. So that's why the perception might be there is a pause and not much communication, but with the approval of this contract to Moffitt Nichols, we're starting to work. We are going to have stakeholder engagement again.
Well, thank you, and it's great to know that we have the funding for this, and we've received the grants for it, and all the hard work that you've done, and I know that a lot of people are looking forward to the culmination of this exciting work and a pedestrian bicycle bridge, another way to get to and out of the west end of Alameda. So thank you, and I'll definitely support this.
Thank you, and I'll call on you in just a minute, Vice Mayor, but I'll just say I'm really pleased to see the project moving forward in this manner, and especially as we approach the Oakland-Alameda Access Project and the closure and partial closure of the tubes. We are learning about how underserved the west end of the island is for ways to get on and off the island, and this bridge will be engineered to be able to accommodate emergency vehicles. So if the tube was not available, we could still get those emergency vehicles on and off the island. And Vice Mayor Pryor.
Yeah, I also had some questions on 5D. So I was going to ask you, to clarify, how many people are predicted to use the bridge each day or week or month or year? I don't know how. It was in the report, and I don't.
Yes, I should know this on top of my head, but I don't. Let me see if I could.
I remember 8,000, but I don't remember if it was.
Yeah, I deal with a lot of numbers on a daily basis, so sometimes I get the numbers confused. Looking at Lisa Foss. Lisa,
Yeah. Can we just channel our inner Rochelle Wheeler?
Have it, they're estimated 8,000 to 9,500 crossings of the bridge every weekday.
Okay. So during, like, Monday through Friday? Okay, great, because I do remember the number 8,000. So that sounds like I'm very excited, because that's a lot of people, getting on and off the island every day. Not in a car, so that's great. So if you could elaborate, though, on the timeline of the study, like how long is the study going to take?
Yeah, so we have this Caltrans grant until June of 2027, and the study is anticipated to take 18 to 20 months, so we're really running up against the timeline. And so I would urge council's approval so we can get moving. The other part of it, too, is this is a Caltrans grant, and the city is planning to ask for another Caltrans grant very soon for the Wooden Bridge. So we want to show Caltrans that we are meeting our timelines.
Oh, excellent. And then, so after the study is done and everything is great, what are the next steps?
The waterways. By the way, Director Tai, Rochelle Wheeler just materialized magically. If
Welcome,
you would
Rochelle.
like to share the wealth.
I'll try this answer, and then Ms. Wheeler can supplement. So the waterway study is really our identified next step. completing the study will then provide the project opportunity to find a project owner, as well as to begin doing environmental review.
Oh, great.
So, but the critical path is getting the study done so that we know what the project is, and so that could be costed, it could be studied for environmental impacts and so forth.
Great, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions, council? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on the consent calendar?
We do not.
All right, we'll close public comment on the consent calendar, and we'll go to the council for any further comments or a motion and vote.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
We have a motion from Councilmember Jensen, seconded by
Second.
Vice Mayor Pryor. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? That was unanimous. Thank you, everyone. So then we move on to the regular agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please introduce item 7A?
Yes, adoption of resolution appointing Nick Shonick as trustee of the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District Board.
Thank you. Mr. Shazak, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right. And this is a countywide board, and it's a very important position because this board looks into ways to protect us all from things like West Nile disease and dengue fever. And we will get a report from our representative at some time in the next year. So do we have, I think I see, well, first, let's take the motion first. I'm pretty sure I know how this is going to go, but what I'm looking for, council, is this is a resolution that we need to adopt to appoint Mr. Shazak to be our representative to the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement Board. Do I have a motion? I think I saw so Councilmember Bowler has moved and Councilmember Jensen has seconded. Any questions, comments, discussion? All those in favor, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously, and then we'll ask Mr. Shazak to come on up. So City Clerk Laura Weisiger can administer the oath of office.
If you will please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter?
I do.
All right, if you'll
Congratulations. And as I always do, did you prepare him, Madam Clerk? Oh, yeah, he's got this. Do you want to just step to the microphone and just tell us a little bit about yourself? I know him, but others might not.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick Shazak. I am a 6-year Alameda resident, live over in Alameda Landing. Very excited about this opportunity to work with the Mosquito Abatement Board to kill some bugs and keep everyone safe from West Nile and the other diseases they carry.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the background you bring to this endeavor?
Yep. So I currently back on active duty. I'm a Marine officer. I work at the Defense Innovation Unit down in Mountain View, California. Have served in the Marine Corps for getting on to, I think, 18, 19 years at this point. And also took a little bit of time to work as a business consultant in San Francisco before I came back on active duty.
He is also the father of twins who are almost 6.
Yes.
And an almost 3-year-old.
Yep.
And one of those you see riding his bike around with the kids on the back. So, yeah.
If you see the biggest bucket bike in Alameda, that is me.
You win that competition? Yeah. Great. All right. Well, thank you so much for offering to serve. Thank you. All right. And then we will move on to item 7B. Madam Clerk, would you introduce that item, please? And staff, come on up.
Recommendation to approve a quick build traffic calming in the neighborhood around Gibbons Drive, followed by long-term data collection and planning for the Fernside Boulevard traffic calming and bikeway project. An adoption resolution amending the fiscal year budget to support that. And then in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, this project is categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15301C, existing facilities, minor alterations to existing facilities, and section 15304, minor alterations to land on existing public rights of way.
Thank you, and welcome. Ms. Foster, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm Lisa Foster, Transportation Planning Manager.
Take it away, yeah. Oh, wait, before you start, Ms. Foster, I think I heard a rumor that you might need some additional time. What's your best estimate, total time?
It would be wonderful to have 15 minutes.
Okay, so council, what I need, staff always has 10 minutes, but I need a motion passed by 5 would be preferable, to add 5 minutes to the staff presentation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Vice Mayor Bowler, Pryor, seconded by Councilmember Jensen. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye. Aye. That motion passes unanimously, right? Okay, you have a clock that is about to be set for 15 minutes.
Thank you, I appreciate
Welcome.
that. So our staff recommendation, as you know, is to approve and fund quick build traffic calming in the neighborhood around Gibbons Drive, followed by a temporary pilot at the Gibbons High Fernside intersection as part of long-term planning for the Fernside Boulevard traffic calming and bikeways project. So for some background, the Fernside project began work in 2023, and we're looking at implementation in 2026 to 2030 plus, and I'll give more details on the interim steps in the coming slides. Considerations for the Gibbons High Fernside intersection began with the Fernside project, and in March, the City Council approved near and long-term design concepts for the Fernside project. The long-term design concept is pedestrian median islands with a two-way protected bikeway, shown here, rendered here without the median islands. And the Gibbons High Fernside intersection will need to be updated, at least in the long term, to incorporate these changes. The long-term project will have safety and comfort improvements, including reducing speeds and reckless driving that we've heard for years from the community about this roadway, enhancing pedestrian safety with significantly shortened pedestrian crossings and a few other interventions. And it also creates a low-stress bikeway, seamlessly connected to the Cross Alameda Trail and Bay Farm Bike Bridge, and directly serving Lincoln Middle School, as called for in the Active Transportation Plan, where it is a critical part of a connected, low-stress, citywide bicycle network serving all ages and abilities. Gibbons High Fernside is a collision hotspot on the Fernside Boulevard, which in our Vision Zero action plan is a high injury corridor. There were 30 collisions reported since 2017, not, of course, including those collisions that are not reported to the police. So in March, this is what the City Council reviewed for the long-term Fernside project at this intersection. And the long-term project is estimated for construction in 2030 or later. It includes the removal of the right turn slip lanes on the northeast corner, which is crucial to protect cyclists and pedestrians. And then it also included changes at the Gibbons leg as well on the southwest corner, squaring off the intersection by restricting northbound drivers on Gibbon Drive to right turn only. On its own, this change could have benefits for the intersection, even before the long-term Fernside project, but community members from the beginning have expressed concern about spillover. So with these considerations, in March, City Council directed the team to evaluate the southwest corner changes in the near term as well as the long term, with a study looking at how traffic circulation would change, reach out to the community, and then return to City Council, which brings us to today. And now I will pass to David Parisi to speak about the traffic study.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Parisi.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. David Parisi, traffic engineer with the firm of Parametrics. And I'm going to cover a little bit more about the intersection that we're talking about tonight. As you can see from the graphic here, it's very complicated layout. There are 5, maybe 6 legs as you look at the intersection, including crossings that are uncontrolled for bicyclists and pedestrians. Some crosswalks are enormously long, up to 70 feet in length. There have been, we've observed lots of left turns coming into the wrong side of Gibbons and coming out the wrong part of Gibbons as well. There is not a traffic signal phase for pedestrians crossing the Gibbons Drive itself, so there is no walk, don't walk signal there. And we have observed high speeds coming into Gibbons from southbound High Street turning right, as well as traffic coming out of Gibbons to reach the green light and get onto the bridge. As far as some of the signal operations and how the intersection operates, like I mentioned before, it's a 5-lane intersection, provides a complication for operating a traffic light there, no pedestrian signal across Gibbons. And as Lisa mentioned, the future Fernside Bikeway will provide a 2-way cycle track across the north side of the intersection, which will have a signal phase. We did some traffic analysis and safety operations work looking at the intersection, and Lisa talked about many of the safety benefits of the intersection, including reducing the signal phases and the pedestrian crossings and really slowing down some of the turns at the intersection. We know from the traffic work that we did, if the the left turnout from Gibbons is removed, that the operations of the intersection would operate quite well, very similar to how it is today as far as congestion levels and delays at the intersection. Safety would be greatly improved with the configuration that we're showing you here tonight. We also took a look at a couple options that could potentially retain left turnout movement from Gibbons. We called them option B and C, respectively. Option B would actually do that by providing a coordinated traffic light, which would be part of the system of the Fernside High intersection. All the same safety improvements as we've noted before. However, that implementation of another signal phase would cause a lot of havoc and actually increase congestion and delays by 2.5 to 3 times over existing conditions. Alternative C, which we're calling low-cost improvements, would have some safety effects, not as great as options B or C, because they'd be more kind of quick build, lower cost improvements, particularly on the southwest corner. And operations would also be jeopardized at the intersection with traffic delays increasing up to 2 times compared to existing conditions. And under both options B, alternatives B and C, the northbound queues on High Street would be pretty excessive. We also took a look at the possibility of a roundabout. This sketch you here doesn't look exactly round, but sometimes roundabouts have extraordinary shapes. And it would be very difficult to fit a roundabout in this intersection and provide movements to and from every street without obtaining some right-of-way. So that's what we were able to determine. If right-of-way, a property or two, was obtained, it could be possible to get a roundabout to fit here, but that's not in the cards for what we're talking about tonight. We did take a look at alternative A to understand what the traffic operations would look like through the neighborhood, because that's the option that would restrict the left turn coming out of Gibbons. As I mentioned before, speeds coming in and out of Gibbons, we clocked at about 31 miles an hour, faster than we'd like to see on a street such as this. And we also know that in the morning time when the peak traffic is the highest going northbound, about 55% of the traffic coming out to make the left turn is cut through traffic. It's traffic that did not originate in the neighborhood. We've taken a look at what we expect traffic volumes to look like in the future on different streets if the turn prohibition for alternative A was put into place. And this graphic here is showing you daily traffic volumes on weekdays. And it is also, the green bar is showing what we would expect for a neighborhood greenway, which is a low traffic volume type of street. With the project in place, traffic volumes at Gibbons would drop from about 22 to 1,400 cars a day. They would, however, increase on Bayo Vista and Cornell Drive and other streets if none of the traffic was mitigated with traffic calming options. So this is looking at assuming all the same amount of traffic in the morning continue to come through. This is what we'd expect. And that translates to about less than an additional car per minute on Bayo Vista and about a car every 2 minutes extra or so on Cornell Drive. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Lisa.
Taller than me. Thank you, David. So with that study in hand, we conducted public outreach in September, and we sought input on a 3-stage implementation plan that aimed to balance safety needs at the intersection with neighborhood traffic management. And that included step 2, which was alternative A at the southwest corner, concurrent with neighborhood traffic calming in the neighborhood. We received extensive input. Great participation, especially from the neighborhood, including about 120 people at our open house. Many people emphasized the need to address safety in the neighborhood, and some provided us with specific locations of concern that have informed our current recommendation. Many thought more study was needed before implementing a turn restriction, and our current recommendation does focus on study. Residents on nearby streets had serious concerns about spillover and safety with alternative A. And this comment, diverting traffic to smaller streets is not a safe solution, is a common one. However, more support and fewer concerns were seen from people who live on Gibbons Drive or in other parts of Alameda. So based on that feedback, we created the updated recommendation before you today. And it starts with neighborhood traffic calming. So phase one from 2026 to 2027 focuses on quick build traffic calming, including a quick build bulb out with at the Gibbons High Fernside intersection southwest corner, which would decrease speeds entering Gibbons and improves pedestrian safety to some extent. It also includes a demonstration project of a quick build roundabout and new pedestrian crossings at Gibbons, Northwood, Southwood, as well as one at Southwood, Bayo Vista, Fairview. We heard a lot about safety issues at both these intersections. Both are large and skewed and good candidates for the proven safety measure of a roundabout, which reduces speeds and manages the intersection. And both currently lack pedestrian ADA ramps and marked crosswalks because of the lack of ADA ramps. At Southwood Bayo Vista Fairview, 3 on-street parking spaces would be removed to accommodate the roundabout, in addition to marking red curb at 6 spaces that are already no parking zones per existing state daylighting rules. At Gibbons Northwood Southwood, it's 5 spaces for the roundabout and 8 spaces for the daylighting law. Here are some examples of quick build materials we could use. This does include temporary ADA curb ramps, which allow us to try out these safety measures, specifically the roundabouts, sooner and at low cost, so we can return with permanent materials with an improved design based on the demonstration project. We also have 4 speed hump locations to manage speeds. And then our current recommendation conducts further study of Gibbons High Fernside after the traffic calming is in place, beginning in 2028, including data collection, temporary pilot at Gibbons Fernside High, conducting long-term planning for the Fernside traffic calming and bikeways project, and then upgrading those quick build demonstration projects in the neighborhood to permanent materials as funding allows, with priority on those curb ramps. The temporary turn restriction pilot would happen in 2028 and utilize simple, affordable materials. This pilot would not test the safety benefits of alternative A because it doesn't square off the intersection or shorten the crossings, but it will provide us with real data and lived experience about the impacts of the turn restriction at the neighborhood rather than relying on projections and worries about what it could be. Then we'll actually know. And since we're doing this after the traffic calming, there might be fewer drivers using the neighborhood to access the High Street Bridge already and at lower speeds, reducing impacts. So as a reminder, our staff recommendation is to approve quick build traffic calming in the neighborhood around Gibbons Drive, followed by long-term data collection and planning for the Fernside project, and to adopt a resolution providing $200,000 in general funds for quick build traffic calming. And with some time to spare, for the Q&A, Mr. Parisi and I will be joined by Scott Wickstrom, our city engineer, and Jimmy Jessup, an engineer from Parametrics as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. So we have a lot of speakers on this, 27, maybe I'm counting. But before we go to public comment, are there any clarifying questions that council has for staff? We'll do our discussion and all that later, but any clarifying questions to start? Councilmember Bowler.
Thank you. I have questions on the staff report, so just to make sure we understand it. Twice in the report it mentions that the Transportation Commission asked that before any pilot was conducted that first the city return with the data from the traffic calming studies, but that's not part of the recommendation as to the city council, or is it anticipated that it would go to the Transportation Commission and then city council before any pilot was implemented? Is that part of the staff recommendation or no?
Thank you for asking for clarification on that. The Transportation Commission recommendation was that we would come back to them with updated data after the traffic calming were in place before we start the turn restriction pilot. And then the plan would be, after the turn restriction pilot is done and fully analyzed, we would come back to City Council with, to get a recommendation for next steps for that intersection.
But is it possible also to just do get the data first, come back to transportation, and then if necessary, City Council before implementing the pilot? Does that give you extra data as to whether or not, the pilot makes sense at that point?
Sure, we could come back to City Council, absolutely.
I'm not sure I'm following. Say that again?
I'm just wondering if there's also an option to, if it makes sense, to come back to Transportation Commission and then possibly City Council with the traffic calming data before pulling the trigger on doing a pilot study.
And City Manager, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, so I think instead of just going to the Transportation Commission and then implementing the pilot, we'd also go to the City Council. And I think at the direction of the City Council, of course, we could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I've noticed that in the, well, first of all, how long was the pilot contemplated? Was it 6 months?
Yeah, it's contemplated at 6 months based on previous experiences from parametrics.
Okay.
That's a good time frame.
The alternatives that are in the staff report, the second one is a little bit difficult to follow. Okay. I'm trying to understand what that means. Specifically, of course, one alternative is to approve the staff recommendation, and then the second is to approve just the quick build neighborhood traffic calming in phase 1, but not the turn restriction pilot in phase 2. Mm-hmm. And then the recommendation goes on to note, staff does not recommend fast-tracking traffic calming in this neighborhood without connecting it to a long-term planning for the Fernside project. Without the Fernside project planning element, staff recommends the traffic calming in the area around Gibbons Drive be prioritized according to the various city plans that are cited, speed hump policy, equity considerations, and those types of things. So then it says, this could result in some but not all proposed improvements being constructed in the next 3 to 5 years. And it notes that the long-term planning issue could be hindered and delayed without the ability to conduct that test of the turn restriction. So is staff basically saying here that if we go with just phase 1, that necessitates the flexibility for staff to decide how to implement both that and phase 2, that some things would not be able to, because I don't know if I'm making a very good question here, but I'm not sure I understand the recommendation.
Sure. It is an alternative that we wanted to outline for City Council. It's not a recommended alternative. And just approving the near-term quick build improvements without tying it to the longer-term planning for the Fernside Boulevard traffic calming and bikeways project. Because we get traffic calming requests from all over the city. And so if this isn't part of this broader project, this bigger project that we need to figure out to achieve our active transportation plan goals, then we believe that we shouldn't be in front of City Council asking for $200,000 to implement this in a more quick manner in this particular neighborhood. That then it would be included, it would go into the mix with all of the requests we get across the city for traffic calming. And, maybe in a couple of years, maybe some of these streets will be due for resurfacing and we'll be able to put some improvements in, just kind of out as we, the way we would make changes in any neighborhood.
Right, but let's just focus on one piece, like the speed humps alone. Wouldn't that change some data such that it might impact the ultimate design of the intersection, just to know how many less people are doing that cut-through speeding traffic, because they're going to be deterred somewhat, right, if there's speed humps there.
I'm looking at city engineer Scott Wickstrom, who the word speed hump is just like music to his ears. But would you like to, we were in a meeting yesterday, would you like to just amplify on the question my colleague was asking?
And the way the alternative is written makes it a little more complicated. We believe that traffic calming in the neighborhood would reduce speeds. We believe that traffic calming in the neighborhood, should a turn restriction be imposed in the future, result in fewer traffic or fewer cars being impacted and diverted to the side streets. We don't know that, and we can't know that unless we actually put the traffic calming in and then do the data collection and then really functionally do that pilot study. They really are all three tied together. And I think what Lisa was saying, and she was saying it perhaps a little bit diplomatically, Mel be a little bit more direct, is if we're not going to tie it to the pilot project, we step back, a couple steps back. We would not be asking City Council for $200,000 in general fund monies tonight to fast track the implementation of these quick build traffic calming improvements in the neighborhood. And we would look at them in context with all the other recommendations we get throughout the city. And depending on where they score, some may get done when we do a paving project, potentially as early as a couple years from now, and others might have to wait a little bit longer. So we really are, from our staff standpoint, looking at that tie, that connection, particularly with the general fund request that's attached on our recommendation.
And then, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you. So seeing no other hands, oh, I'm sorry. And then we'll get to the public very soon, I'm sure. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. Traffic Engineer Wickstrom, if you could, I want to follow up on my colleague's question. The recommendation is for several steps. It's to do the traffic calming proposal, do data collection, and then do the pilot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible that the data collection would not support the pilot?
I don't see how that would not support the pilot. The pilot project is really looking at the intersection of Fernside High and Gibbons and what a turn restriction would do in terms of diverting traffic to the surrounding streets. That's the purpose of the pilot, to really understand. You're going to hear tonight from a lot of residents who are rightly concerned about potential increases in traffic on their relatively narrow neighborhood streets. And we won't really know exactly how much traffic diversion is taking place unless we do the pilot. We could do, what we might find is that, as Mr. Parisi had mentioned, 55% of the traffic right now is cut through. That might drop down to 40% or 30%. That would be wonderful. That means fewer cars that potentially could be diverted, but that still doesn't answer the fundamental question of what happens if we actually close that through movement on Gibbons. The only way we can answer that question and where the traffic diverts is by doing the pilot project.
And the pilot project is part of the recommendation that of the three options that was recommended prior to the traffic study. That was
we would do traffic calming, we would do data collection, pilot study, and additional data collection.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean the pilot study. I meant the actual option for eliminating the the right turn, or the turn onto the bridge was part of the options that were presented to the council and to the community last year prior to the traffic study. And at that point, the council asked that there be a traffic study. So I guess where I'm going with this is that if there is traffic calming, and to Councilmember Bowler's point, if there's traffic calming without a pilot project, the actual traffic calming came after the pilot recommendation, after three options were recommended, one of which was to eliminate the left-hand turn, the turn onto the bridge, and then after the traffic study came the traffic calming. So I'm just pointing this out because it suggests to me that, to Councilmember Bowler's point and to some other suggestions that perhaps we could do the traffic calming, collect data, and those three options would perhaps be different. Maybe that the elimination of that particular turn and that option could change. Is that possible? Since
It is possible, and I think a better way to look at it is, I would say that we have heard the public comment, and we've adjusted our recommendation that we brought forward last year to City Council. We've adjusted in a couple manners. Last year, the thought was to go forward with what we're referring to as option A immediately, right? To go ahead and build the improvements with no real look at what's happening to the neighborhood traffic, and no study, right? So what we've done in listening to the feedback is we've heard that there's a big concern about diversion within the neighborhoods. Our traffic study basically, and I will say that we have to make some assumptions about where traffic redirects, but we were fairly aggressive in pushing a lot of that traffic through the neighborhood streets. We believe that if we did traffic calming, that would help mitigate that. And then we would do revised traffic counts, do the pilot study with, again, additional traffic counts to understand what diversion would take place if you eliminated a turn. After we do the pilot study, after we do that data collection, we come back to City Council, and that's when we make a hard decision. Do we go with option A in the long term? Right? We're not asking to go with option A tonight. We are asking only to do a pilot study, which is basically, as Lisa was showing, can be done relatively easy with some K-rails and some very inexpensive materials to simulate what it would be like to eliminate that movement. And we could do that over a 6-month period. We could collect the data, and if it turns out that it just doesn't work, that there's way too much cut-through traffic, or there's a lot of concern or delays, whatever the case may be, we will find that out as we do the pilot study. We have the data collection. We come back to council with a fresh look at that option A for the long term. And I think that's really where we want to go, is we want to go to a place where we can do the study, that we can, we heard the residents. We are proposing to do the traffic calming, but we want to do the study to understand whether that option A is viable in the long term. We are not asking to make any decisions whether that option A happens in 2028, 2029, 2030 plus with the longer term project. That decision will be made only after we complete the pilot study and come back to council.
Thank you. I have one question for Mr. Parisi. And if we could get to the slide about intersection operations and signal parking. It's about the 6th slide, I think. It's called intersection operations and signal phasing issues. It shows the intersection, actually. It's a diagram of the intersection. Wait, yeah. So with this diagram, if the recommendation that we're discussing, the recommendation for a pilot, would that have an impact on make any changes to the ability of pedestrians to cross? How would that, eliminating the right-hand turn or eliminating the ability to access the bridge from the right-hand lane, would that make it much safer for pedestrians who don't have a signal light at that intersection?
So I think, let me see, what alternative. No, we'd still retain those movements for pedestrians. It would be the left turn coming out of Gibbons that would be the barricaded one.
But pedestrians crossing at the end of Gibbons in that crosswalk would still not have a light or not have any way to know if there's traffic coming off the bridge into that crosswalk.
There would be some traffic calming on that corner, so we'd reduce the speeds coming through and turning right onto Gibbons. The barricade that would be, that Scott showed perhaps, would be just in front or just to the west of the other crosswalk. So there'd be some safety enhancements, both for crossing the first crosswalk as you're coming across from Fernside, right? Because there'd be the quick build and paint and tightened up curb. And then the second crosswalk, the middle one, would be barricaded off, right, to traffic. So that'd be safer location. And then the third one would be just like it is today. So those three crosswalks.
As I understand it, the exit from Gibbons Drive will be eliminated. So going from Gibbons Drive to the bridge, you will not be able to make that left-hand turn.
Correct.
But bridge traffic will still be able to access Gibbons Drive, correct?
Southbound traffic.
Under the pilot, and I'm just talking about the pilot.
Yes.
And so my question is, there's no other parts of the project or the recommendation that would make any safety improvements for pedestrians crossing there who would still not have a timed stoplight or a timed pedestrian light to see that traffic is coming off of the bridge and into that intersection, into their crosswalk.
There would not be a traffic light or pedestrian light with a walk, don't walk signal, but there would be some enhancements that would occur. So for instance, for pedestrians crossing the first crosswalk from where that bus is located, for instance, and going again against the right turn coming off the bridge, there would be some quick build paint and whatnot to reduce the radius, to slow down that speed that we are clocking at about 31 miles an hour for some of this fast traffic. And then the second crosswalk, which is the one in the middle where that dot is pointing that says no pedestrian signal, that'd be the one that would have a barricade in front of it, so there'd be no cars coming out of that location. And then the third part of the crossing of Gibbons, the very south piece, there'd be no changes there. And that's the right turn. That is a stop-controlled right turn.
Thank you. My last question is for Lisa Foster, for the transportation manager. This question is about the parking spaces. It's about the roundabouts. And I saw in the presentation that there would be a loss of parking spaces at Gibbons Northwood Southwood and at Southwood Bay Vista Fairview. And I understood when you did the presentation, you said that the spaces would be, there would be certain spaces lost there, regardless of whether this project is approved and the quick build is approved, there will be loss of parking spaces at those sites. Is that correct? Through the daylighting?
There actually already are by state law. State law has, requirements for no parking within the approach of an intersection, and it applies whether that curb is marked and whether a crosswalk is marked. So effectively, those are already lost parking spaces. This project would mark red curb to help people out.
So how many actual parking spaces would be lost if these roundabouts were built?
Do you mean both the daylighting and the?
No, I mean, how many could be attributed to, I mean, because you pointed out that there would be daylighting loss of parking, and there already is, even though it's not a red curb. But eventually, we will have, once the pavement management happens in that neighborhood, I hope that those red curbs are painted, so within the next year and a half or so, there will be a loss doesn't have anything to do with these roundabouts. Is that correct?
Right.
And so with the roundabouts, how many parking spaces are just attributable to the roundabouts?
Sure. At Southwood Bay Vista Fairview, it's 3.
3?
And at Gibbons Northwood Southwood, it's 5.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
And Vice Mayor Parr?
I'm sorry, Lisa Foster?
Foster, come
Sorry,
back, please.
is that in addition, those 3 and then separately 5, are those lost parking spaces in addition to?
To the daylighting, correct, yes.
So, okay.
Okay. All right. Any other clarifying questions, Councilmember Desai?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure who could answer this, but so from my calculations, the distance from Santa Clara and Gibbons to Gibbons and High is roughly 2,709 feet. So if you're traveling at an average of 31 miles per hour, then that means that you should travel roughly 60 seconds from Santa Clara and Gibbons to Gibbons and High. And then if you factor in the 2 stops at Gibbons and Lincoln and Gibbons and Southwood, then it should take 68 seconds, assuming 31 miles per hour, right? So do we have any calculations as to how fast a driver would drive going from Santa Clara and Gibbons, and then making a left on Cornell to get to the same destination, the same endpoint, this time it would be Fernside and High. Because to travel that distance is roughly 3,012 feet. So if a person's benchmark currently to travel 2,700 feet straight up Gibbons, if their benchmark is 60 seconds, so they expect to do it in 60 seconds plus 8 seconds. If they now are going to travel via Cornell, but now for a little longer distance, in order to achieve their benchmark still of 60 seconds, how much faster are they going to drive through Cornell?
And who would like to take that?
Have we done that calculation?
You drew the short straw.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in high
Please.
school algebra class and
Yeah.
working my way through this. Let's start with 60 seconds for going from Santa Clara and Gibbons all the way to High
Yeah.
Gibbons. If we implement traffic calming, that time will increase because the 31 miles an hour, when you hit a speed bump.
No, that's
okay.
the baseline.
Yeah,
That's the
baseline.
baseline.
Yeah.
So if you're, I don't know where you're going to implement the traffic calming, but are you going to implement it at Cornell or?
We were doing speed bumps on Gibbons, Southwood, and Cambridge. And there would be a roundabout at Gibbons, Northwood, Southwood. But you would, to go from Santa Clara to Cornell, you would go through one roundabout that doesn't exist right now. You'd go over one speed bump or speed hump that doesn't exist right now, and then you'd get up to Cornell.
Well, I guess another simple way of asking the question is simply, if it takes someone 60 seconds to travel 2,700 feet and they travel at a rate of 31 miles per hour, do we have any estimates as to how much faster they might drive in order to achieve that same travel time of 60 seconds to get to the point of High Street and Fernside?
Yeah, and I think you're trying to hold the time constant.
Yes.
And I think what traffic calming does implicitly or even directly is to basically slow traffic down, not to hold that 60 seconds, to make that 60 seconds that exists right now closer to 70 seconds or 72 seconds.
Okay.
And the intention or hope, and this is something that we look to collect with both the data collection both before and after, is that people might look at alternate routes. Perhaps they stay on Santa Clara all the way to High Street and go up High Street. Perhaps they.
And that's a good point, but
I'm
I'm asking a question.
Actually, Councilmember,
No, let me
you know what,
continue with my
Councilmember
question.
Daysog, I'm the mayor, I'm running this meeting. I'm going to say
this is my
something, and
question
you're going to
time.
let me. Give me a minute to say something, not even a minute. Just hold your thought. What I was going to suggest to my colleagues is that I know we all have a lot of technical questions, and those questions would still be there to ask after we've heard our public speakers. I am very well aware that we started a meeting late, that we have 27 at least speakers waiting to speak, and we will have all of our time to deliberate afterwards. It is your choice if you want to keep going, but I am also trying to balance my concerns for the public.
So let me ask the question this way then. Is there any analysis as to, there is a number of traffic right now that's counted going up Cornell, and while it's not in the report, I suspect traffic also going up Yale. Is there any analysis as to what is their current miles per hour going up these streets, forgetting about, traffic calming solution? And is there any projections as to how their, the rate at which they will travel will change in the new scenario?
Yeah, we haven't really gone that granular level of detail. You can study and study and study, but what residents have told us, and what they will probably tell you tonight, one of the reasons they're most concerned about the diversion of traffic to Cornell, to Bayou Vista, and these other ones, is because those roads are very narrow. And when roads are fairly narrow, essentially you have almost like a yield flow kind of condition with the vehicles. If two cars are coming at each other, somebody has to yield to allow one car to come past. It's a natural kind of way to slow traffic down. The concern that you'll hear expressed tonight is that if you have a lot of cars, that increases the risk, it increases the potential for more collisions. I would not expect cars to go much faster on Cornell to make up for that lost time, or Bayou Vista, or any of these other narrow streets. I think if people, and this is, again, you'll hear a lot of discussion tonight, and a lot of it, I mentioned this at Transportation Commission, I said, there'll be a lot of conjecture, and we won't really know until we do a thorough study before and after a pilot project. But, I would expect that more vehicles are going to start diverting around using alternate ways to get from Santa Clara and Gibbons to Fernside and High. And there will be, it will take longer. That's one thing we've kind of recognized in today's kind of society. A lot of people use Google Maps, Apple Maps, and Waze, and that directs you on the straightest, shortest path. And that's why you get a lot of people going these directions. If you start adding these other traffic calming features, the algorithms kind of reselect after a certain point, but it starts pushing people in other directions. People will also have experience and memories like, oh, I don't want to go down over the three speed humps again, I'll go around. And they'll use alternate methods. That's what we believe is going to happen. Again, we won't know until we do a pilot project and have that data both before.
No, I agree. I think the point that I'm getting at is I agree that there's the two issues of potentially more traffic being diverted onto Yale and to Cornell, and there's the second issue of the fact that these streets are narrower, I think roughly 25 feet wide versus Gibbons is 35 feet or something like that. But I do think that there is the third issue, though, is that I think the third issue is they'll be driving a little faster to get to Fernside. So that's
I won't say that's outside the realm of possibility. So that is possible. Yeah.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Any further questions from council?
May I?
Of course.
Thank you. Before we get a lot of comments about this, because it's been in the public comments in writing, just want to give a chance to someone to reply to the notion that the city's crash data shows that none of the recorded collisions at the intersection would have been prevented by closing off Gibbons to that left turn going to High Street.
Yeah, we have looked at the crash data and think that simplifying this intersection so that speeds are lower and the intersection is smaller would have stopped some of these collisions occurring, whether or not those drivers that were involved in the collisions were coming from Gibbons specifically.
All right, let's go to public comment. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so unless council votes otherwise, there's 31 speakers and they'll get 2 minutes each, and I can call a few at a time. Jenny Sue, Vicky Tang, and Cindy Mills.
And when you hear your name, be ready to come right up, because that'll keep us moving and get you all to have your chance to speak faster. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Sue, and I live on Bayou Vista for 21 years. I'm strongly against closing Gibbons. Doing so will make our neighborhood less safe. I'm against the roundabouts on Bayou Vista, Fairview, and Southwood intersection. I drive and walk on that intersection every day, and it's never been a problem. Having a roundabout in that intersection will make large trucks and construction trucks, vehicles, have a very hard time making turns. And I witnessed that the other day when I was following one, and it occurred to me that, wow, if there's a roundabout here, it will make it very hard for that truck to turn. So I am not for it. And I think you can do a stop sign on that intersection instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Vicky Tang, then Cindy Mills, then Serena Hom.
Hello.
Hello, and thank you for your service. I'm the mother of 2 young elementary school kids who walk and roll all over our neighborhood. My little one started biking when he was 3, so I appreciate bike safety. But I must say that while I support speed humps on Gibbons, I do not support pilot closure. A couple things. I think it's been exaggerated, the current problems on the intersection that we're talking about. Even though it's been depicted as a high crash intersection, the Alameda General Plan has not noted that it is a high crash intersection in all of Alameda. And I think the city has also admitted that it's not one of the top 20 intersections that are high crash intersections in Alameda as well. I also think that last question was not fully answered in terms of whether or not the left turn would have actually caused any of those injuries before. I also worry that there's a concerted effort to minimize the amount of safety issues that will arise, and I feel like we're being gaslighted right now because Gibbons is a third wider than the other streets. Traffic's going to increase by 300 to 400%. There's going to be 500 more cars going from a protected left turn lane onto the High Street Bridge to other streets like Bio Vista that has no crosswalks, it has no left turn lane, so that's going to be increased safety. And that wasn't even factored into the green check marks that said the option to close was going to be, much safer. It didn't factor into the equation that that's actually going to make things a lot less safe, and they haven't even calculated it. And I just worry that all of this is being skewed and distorted to support a long-term plan to permanently close that left turn lane. A lot of the things that are temporary here in Alameda have become pretty permanent for years, and I worry that even just a pilot one is going to be used and distorted to justify a long-term closure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Cindy Mills, then Serena Hom, then Lori Zupan.
Welcome. Hello.
Hi, thank you. I want to say that I agree with everything Vicki just said. I'm a lifelong resident of Alameda, and I've lived on Cornell for more than 25 years, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to any closure, pilot or temporary, to the left-hand turns from on Gibbons Drive to High Street. Changing how an intersection functions is a big deal. That's an extreme measure, and especially an intersection that serves as an entry and exit point to our island. That is a critical intersection. And such an extreme measure should not even be considered until every reasonable alternative has been explored and tried. And that simply has not happened yet. If the concern is safety at the intersection, there are numerous measures the city could implement without eliminating that left-hand turn. They could work on better signage, they could work on speed off the bridge. There are many, many things that could be done that have nothing to do with the traffic coming from Gibbons. If speed on Gibbons is the issue, there are so many things that you have done around the island to deal with speed, and none of these tools have even been attempted on Gibbons yet. It's difficult to understand why the city would consider closing a vital intersection, temporary or permanent, without trying all of these other low-cost alternatives first. I really feel that voting to enact a temporary closure without first testing these options, well, in my view, it's just irresponsible. I think there's so many things that you could do first. The city has identified it as a hot spot, but there's nothing to show that that's from Gibbons. It's simply because there's so much traffic in that intersection. It is our
Thank
entry
you, and your
point.
time is up. Our next speaker.
Serena Hom, then Lori Zupan, then Nick Soil.
Welcome.
Serena Hom.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Serena Hom, and my family and I live on Bayo Vista, and we are vehemently opposed to any closure of Gibbons, as that will obviously reduce safety by increasing traffic onto the narrower side streets. After many transportation and city council meetings on this issue and reading up on everything that I can, I still remain unclear on how closing Gibbons will actually increase safety. As it is now, I can't drive a car in one direction if even a mid-sized sedan is coming in the other direction. There's absolutely no room for simultaneous passing on Bayo Vista. We moved here when my son was 2.5. He is now 10. He has had the freedom to play outside with abandon because the current low traffic volume affords that safety. He also walks to and from Edison unsupervised, despite the lack of stop signs and confusing intersections between our house and Edison. It is already a very delicate balance, so imagine closing the Gibbons left turn lane and all the eastbound traffic that will then flow into the smaller streets during commute hour, which is when all the neighborhood kids walk to school. There will be accidents waiting to happen. A pilot is ill-advised and dangerous. The studies have already indicated that traffic will increase 3 to 4x on side streets whose width just simply can't handle the increased volume. It is also unclear what is to be measured from a pilot, what are the key performance indicators, and how would net safety actually be determined. So let's continue the pursuit and study of the other solutions that calm traffic for Fernside as an entire neighborhood and not just one street as a beneficiary. We implore the council to reject any closure of Gibbons Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Lori Zupan, then Nick Sol, thank you. John Puccini, and John Puccini. But Lori Zupan first.
Welcome, Speaker Zupan. We used
Good
to sit up
evening.
here together on the planning board. Hi.
Glad to be on this side of the dais. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, City Council members and city staff. I appreciate your time volunteering and reading the huge amounts of correspondence that you have received on this proposal tonight. I'm here to express my opposition to the closure of Gibbons Drive and to the traffic calming measures, which staff has specifically tied simply to the desire to put that the signal light for the bicycles on Fernside for the Fernside bike lane improvements. The only reason there's any interest at all in this is simply to create that light. Staff is not concerned about safety issues in the neighborhood unless they can close the street. So there really isn't a safety concern here. And when you look at all 22 accidents, none of those accidents point to Gibbons Drive being a problem. It hasn't been a problem for 100 years. Neither have the other intersections in the 100 years since this has been built. Yes, traffic does go too fast on Gibbons lately. We don't have the staffed police to give tickets the way we used to when you go 27 and a 25. But that is not really the issue for the safety here. So I remain opposed to this. I wrote a nice long email with lots of bolding as to why I'm opposed to all of these things. But I appreciate your consideration. I appreciate your no vote on these items. And have a nice evening. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Nick Sol, then John Puccini, then Matt Bartlett.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah. So closing
Use
a
the
main
mic.
thoroughfare, an artery like Gibbons, will not work. Just look at the Great Highway in San Francisco and the repercussions that have occurred after. I'm a native San Franciscan, and I've been here for about 28, 30 years. And I've also have a background of over 3 decades in transportation. So I have some understanding of what's going on. And hopefully you guys will take a second look at what you guys are putting together and go from there. So if you have any questions, I can always answer them. Thanks, guys.
Our next speaker.
John Puccini, then Matt Bartlett, then Glenn Yanko.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council.
Go ahead and bring that microphone up to where you need it so we can hear you.
My name is John Puccini. I live in the neighborhood. Greatly opposed to the closure or any pilot of Gibbons turn off. I think taking away a protected left turn makes no sense, and creating at least 4 unprotected turns creates a whole nother safety issue. So I think looking at alternative A, where we're getting a green check for safety, I think you're just ignoring the other safety issues that get created of now having totally unprotected turns to leave the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Matt Bartlett, then Glenn Yadko, and then Gordon Williams.
Welcome, Speaker Bartlett.
Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is Matt Bartlett. I'm a Fernside resident, and I'm here tonight to strongly oppose any closure of Gibbons, pilot or not. The proposed pilot is not about safety. The city's own data show that. In fact, Ms. Foster's failure to answer Councilmember Baller's question show that. There have been 0 recorded accidents caused by a driver turning left from Gibbons onto the High Street Bridge. Rather, the city's data show that closing Gibbons will substantially decrease safety. As the city's traffic study showed, blocking off the only controlled exit from the Fernside neighborhood to the High Street Bridge will force drivers down much smaller streets that were not designed to handle this traffic. It will also force drivers to make unprotected turns, either onto High Street or Fernside, to reach the bridge. This is dangerous and it is not necessary. We've also heard a lot about congestion. Here too, the city's data do not support closing Gibbons. The parametrics report found that the length of signal classification for both alternatives, closing Gibbons or leaving it open, were both within the acceptable range for these settings. There is no reason to close Gibbons here. The data do not support it. I urge the City Council to reject any closure of Gibbons Drive, including the pilot closure proposed on the agenda tonight. Without the closure of Gibbons, we don't need to spend the $200,000 from our general fund for these traffic calming measures. Let's save those dollars for other parts of Alameda that actually have significant safety risks. Thank you very much for your time tonight, for listening, and for serving the city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Glenn Yacco and then Gordon Williams.
Good evening.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Glenn Yacco, and I'm a resident of Bayo Vista, and I'm here to express my concerns about the proposed closure of the Gibbons left turn. First, I want to step back a minute and look and go back to March, last March meeting. To my knowledge, I don't believe any traffic study was even proposed prior to that council meeting on March 18th. The neighbors who attended that meeting strongly encouraged that a traffic study be implemented before any action and this council was taken, and this council agreed, thankfully. However, it should not have been triggered because of a public request. It should have been an automatic prerequisite. Decisions of this magnitude should not be made without any data on how a Gibbons closure would impact surrounding neighborhoods. Our street alone on Bayo Vista will see a 400% increase in total daily traffic. And that came out of that study. Closing Gibbons would also block the only controlled exit from our neighborhood towards the High Street Bridge. This would force spillover drivers on Bayo Vista to make an unprotected turns onto a busy High Street with only a stop sign to manage the traffic flow. A closure is a closure regardless of what it's called, pilot or not. For these reasons, I strongly oppose and urge you to reject any closure of Gibbons Drive, including a pilot closure. Any version of this plan will make our neighborhood less safe. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Gordon,
Next speaker.
Gordon Williams, then I'll go to some remote.
Okay. Welcome, Speaker Williams.
Hi, good evening. My name's Gordon Williams. I'm a Alameda resident and one of the organizers of the 100+ strong Keep Gibbons Open Coalition. We submitted our petition with over 400 residents from Fernside and across Alameda who've signed opposing the closure. The community has spoken pretty loudly. Please keep Gibbons open. Tonight, I want to focus on what, through all these discussions, it seems to be one of the core fundamental arguments that's pro closing this off, and that's congestion. I want to explain plainly why the city's own data does not justify closing the left turn of Gibbons. According to the September 2025 Parametrics report, the current AM peak delay at High and Fernside is 31 seconds today. With a future protected bikeway, which is not funded yet and may not be built for years, this is going to increase to 50 seconds. That's the do nothing case. So alternative A that they were talking about increases that 31 seconds to 37 seconds, so it's a 6-second increase. Alternative C increases it to 51 seconds, so it's a 20-second increase. So if we're talking about closed or not closed, we're talking about 14 seconds. 14 seconds wait time is what we're talking about here, tied to the future of this future project that may or may not get funded. I'm talking about the Fernside project. So what are we trading off for these 14 seconds? The city's own modeling shows closing Gibbons pushes significant traffic on the smaller, unprotected streets. I got to go faster here. I wanted to say that there's this loss of length of signal concept in the report. They're both classified as D. Both A and C are both loss of signal classification of D, which is considered acceptable. It's not great, but it's acceptable for urban areas. And that is not the same as a green checkbox and a red X. They're both the same classification. And so, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And your service to the city.
Thank you. Our next speaker, we're going to go remote.
Yeah, Maria Piper.
Welcome, Speaker Piper.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I support staff's recommendation for a pilot that includes the left turn restriction on Gibbons for a few reasons. First, I'm frustrated by the speeding and reckless driving that I've witnessed on Gibbons, often by people who turn left onto High from that street. That intersection is complex, and this proposal is a reasonable attempt to simplify it to reduce driver error. And like has been mentioned, it's a pilot. If it's not working, it can be ended. Moreover, traffic projections are estimates. We don't know based on the report whether these numbers are based on current use, like today's rates, or a projected increase, which is often done in traffic studies. This proposal should, if done like this, reduce all traffic in the neighborhood by making it less desirable to use Gibbons or any of these streets as a cut-through. In addition to the changes staff has proposed, I would like to see additional signage on Gibbons from Santa Clara indicating there is no way to the bridge, similar to the Fernside signage encouraging airport traffic to use other methods. I would also like to see changes to the entrance to Gibbons from Santa Clara that narrow the street entrance to make it less desirable to enter the neighborhood at all. This should reduce the number of people who enter the neighborhood, therefore reducing diversions into other streets. In addition, I've heard a lot of people tonight who seem very uncomfortable with change, and this project is no different. We're all uncomfortable with change. However, we should be willing to embrace some discomfort and even accept a little bit of inconvenience to try out solutions for the goodwill of our neighbors and other Alamedans. I haven't heard anyone here who actually lives on Gibbons. I would love to hear from them to see if they support the project to see less traffic on their street. I also think this would benefit neighborhood residents and residents of Alameda as a whole. And if my assumptions are incorrect, the best news is that this is a pilot and it can be ended. It doesn't hurt to try it. I do not support traffic calming without the pilot. That should happen with the pavement plan if we're going to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Cindy Johnson.
Welcome, Speaker Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Ezzy Ashcraft and members of the council. I'm speaking on behalf of Bike Walk Alameda to urge your support for staff's recommendation, especially Phase 2C, the turn prohibition pilot. We understand the concerns raised by neighbors. However, we believe these issues have been carefully studied and thoughtfully addressed. Even in a worst-case scenario where the turn prohibition is implemented without any other changes or additional traffic calming, nearby streets would still experience lower traffic volumes than even neighborhood greenways envisioned elsewhere in Alameda. With the planned traffic calming, any impacts will be even smaller. The goal is to have through traffic not cut through at all, but stay on arterials, and it's all these pieces working together that will make that a possibility. The turn prohibition pilot is important not only for progress on safer, more efficient intersection operations, which is the core purpose of this project, but as the staff report points out, it's also essential for the long-term success of the Fernside corridor redesign, which includes a critical bikeway for people of all ages and abilities. This intersection and the future bikeway that depend on it are also part of the Bay Trail, so they have regional significance. Because this turn prohibition pilot is so important, we strongly encourage you to avoid any delay of its implementation. Moving forward as proposed, with it happening in 2028, better positions our city to meet its 2030 goal for completing Alameda's backbone low-stress network, which this intersection and the Fernside Bikeway are part of. Staff and consultants have invested exceptional time and care into this project. Their proposal is balanced, responsive, supported by the Transportation Commission, and aligned with Alameda's adopted transportation and climate commitments and general plan. Thank you for your leadership, especially at times like this. We hope you'll continue the momentum toward a safer, healthier, and more sustainable Alameda by supporting staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jay Garfinkel.
Welcome, Speaker Garfinkel. Hello. Mr. Garfinkel, are you there? Do we see him on the screen?
He's there, but he's not unmuting, so maybe we can go to the next person and call him.
No.
Oh, he's there.
There he is. Welcome. Hello.
Didn't click the right button. Well, we just heard from our favorite special interest group here, the one supporting or initiated the project that sacrifices car neighborhoods for the cyclists. Anyway, the quick build discussed tonight has not been approved. and it is not included in tonight's resolution. It's not on tonight's agenda, and I believe it would be inappropriate to approve it. Also, even if it's described as temporary, we know how the council interprets the word temporary. Just look at what temporary changes happened on Park Street and at the slow streets. The resolution asks for funding, but it does not ask for approval of the project. As it turns out, the plans are still in development and not adequately finalized to permit consideration for approval by the council. The specific changes to the Gibbons High Street Fernside intersection have not been approved, and so you really can't provide funds as costs cannot be projected. I believe it would be irresponsible to put any changes in place described as temporary, as I mentioned. The quick build has not been approved and is not included in the resolution. First approve the quick build and then provide funds if the quick build is approved. In my experience, once staff gets its collective toe in the door, all bets are off. All potential future restrictions will evaporate and council will automatically approve all future requests.
Thank you. Time's up. Our next speaker.
Carolyn Ting.
Welcome, Speaker Ching.
Hi there. My name is Caroline King, and I'm a resident of Cornell and a mom of 2 young kids. I have a degree in urban design, and I'm a strong proponent of bikeable and walkable streets. Yet, I strongly urge the council to reject any closure of Gibbons Drive, including a pilot closure. What the traffic study you saw today did not study thoroughly nor mention is that any closure will force drivers attempting to access High Street Bridge at peak commute times to take unprotected left turns from local streets such as Bayou Vista, Fairview, and Thompson onto High. So we're talking about folks needing to turn onto a major corridor like High without a light nor a stop sign to slow down High Street traffic. My kids and I, and likely hundreds of other families in the neighborhood, bike and walk through these exact intersections every single day. So even a 6-month pilot means putting these kids and families' lives in danger. I don't see how the city can ethically justify this closure without actually studying the downstream impacts of closing one intersection on the rest of the alternative intersections that drivers will take. These are things that can be studied and modeled without doing a pilot and putting real lives in danger. Again, it feels like the studies done so far are myopic, and they fail to look at the safety impacts and cost-benefit analysis of these major changes to the neighborhood as a whole, rather than at just one intersection or street. So I'd encourage the council not to gamble lives here, rather than to do true due diligence before such a major closure. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Andy Wang.
Welcome, Speaker Wang.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Andy Wang, a Gibbons resident and dad of 2 Edison kindergartners. Around this time last year, the city had decided to be pencils down on safety improvements in the Gibbons Fernside area. The plan was to come back in 5 or more years. Tonight, in contrast, the city is proposing a well-considered plan for safety measures, starting with the range of traffic calming measures next year. For taking another look at that decision, for coming back to our neighborhood, and for the extensive outreach and work done in this neighborhood this year, I'd like to thank city staff and leadership. I understand it can be difficult to move forward when residents who care deeply about traffic safety differ so sharply in how to achieve it. I only want to add one thing to the discussion tonight. Fernside isn't about small side streets versus Gibbons the thoroughfare. It's not about the safety of one street or some streets over the safety of others. Fernside is the Edison Elementary community. It's part of the Lincoln Middle School community. It's the community that walks and scooters and bikes to Lincoln Park. It's the community that's within a lovely 20-minute walk to Park Street shops and restaurants, or just a little more to Alameda High or to City Hall. It's one community, it's one neighborhood. Kids and grown-ups alike walk and bike on all its streets, and calming traffic on its most central and most problematic street makes the whole neighborhood safer. It raises the floor. So I ask you to commit tonight to staff's full slate of recommended safety improvements. And I ask you to remember what Mayor Ezzy Ashcraft said earlier this year when this body voted unanimously to approve the Willie Stargell safety improvement. We choose safety. Please choose safety again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
We'll go back to in person. Christine Huddleston, Kelly Becker, and Ruben Ramirez.
Welcome. Do we have Speaker Kettleson? Come on up as soon as you hear your name called, and if you were one of the three, make your way over to the aisle so we can keep you all moving. Good evening, and go ahead and make that microphone your own. Hi.
Hi, I'm Christine Huddleston. I've lived in the Fernside neighborhood for about 20
A
years.
little closer to the mic.
Sure. Near the intersection of Santa Clara and Gibbons, raised 2 kids, walking, biking to our local schools. And I also live next door to a preschool. I fully appreciate all that you're doing to promote traffic safety, manage congestion in this neighborhood. I know how critical it is. I'm strongly opposed to closing this critical connector in our neighborhood. It will not, I'm concerned about the safety issues that it raises, more so than any potential benefit to others other than on that very narrow and small part of Gibbons. This is a neighborhood. It is a natural connector. We need to be able to let traffic flow. Stop the temporary slow streets. Stop these fast track efforts to make changes that disrupt this flow of traffic, create more confusion, create risk for kids trying to cross these streets and understand what we're trying to do. We're just making it more confusing. It's not the best use of these rare general fund dollars you potentially found to fund this. We can spend it better elsewhere. This is not the highest risk corridor. Many other areas deserve this attention. And as noted earlier in response to Councilmember Bowler's question, yeah, there are many areas that need attention. Follow the normal process. Don't fast track this. Let's evaluate it. Let's give due consideration and spend the money wisely. Thank you so much for your service and for your attention to our concerns.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Kelly Becker, then Ruben Ramirez, then Beverly Ramirez.
Welcome, Speaker Becker.
Good evening, Mayor Ashcroft and City Council members. My name is Kelly Becker, and I live on Fairview Avenue at the corner of Southwood and Bay Vista. I greatly oppose closing Gibbons Drive, including the pilot program. I've heard a lot of discussion over the last several meetings of reclassification of Gibbons Drive to a local street, and it's even been pointed out by council members in previous meetings, as if that's a reason to close off Gibbons or one of the reasons to push it. However, should there be no bearing of that because you're just changing one local street and pushing that traffic to other local streets. Drivers are not going to go out of their way to get to other connectors. They will use the streets such as Bay Vista, Harvard, and Cambridge. Jimmy Jessup, a representative from the company that performed the traffic study, specifically stated in a meeting in March that people would be using Cambridge and Harvard in order to minimize left turns and maximize right turns. As it is, residents on Harvard have flagged stand-up signs in the street to notify drivers to be careful of the children. There's no fast-tracking safety measures for that street. So I just have a question for you all to consider. Why is it okay to move traffic from Gibbons, which is such a wider street and more accessible, to and change it to streets that are smaller and more congested? Why is the city willing to spend $200,000 that wasn't budgeted from the general fund to put safety measures in place to close Gibbons off and doesn't even have, I haven't seen a plan or a design of these traffic circles. We don't even know if they're gonna work. I live where my driveway would potentially be in this circle. It doesn't make any sense to me. If Gibbons isn't closed, we don't need to fast track anything. We need to take time. You guys are pushing things through so quickly. There are other parts of the city that need this money, and the funding could be used in such a better way.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Ruben Ramirez, then Beverly Ramirez, then Marilyn Bowe.
Welcome, Speaker Ramirez.
Yes, hi, I'm Ruben Ramirez. I've lived on Northwood Drive about 43 years. The last Zoom caller talked about one community. My concern is what we're doing to our Fernside community. We're fracturing them. We have neighbors against neighbors, street against street. You know, if we implement roundabouts here but not there, there's going to be issues, speed humps or whatnot. And as far as the roundabouts themselves, I know Lisa Foster mentioned that it's, at least for the main section, 13 total, and some of them would be gone because of the crosswalks and the daylighting. That's true, but they're not red right now. And the additional lost spaces due to the roundabout is just going to make that situation worse. And then what you're going to have is car dominoes with neighbors. Once we implement this, you can't park in front of your house. Now you're parking in front of another neighbor's house. And that just goes on, further fracturing the community that we have. So my concern with all of this is just what's it going to do to all of us that live there? And what's it already done? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Beverly Ramirez, then Marilyn Bowe, then Walt Grady.
Welcome, Speaker Ramirez.
Hi. I'm not a public speaker, and I followed. Everybody has been wonderful speaking tonight. I'm third generation Alamedan, 42 years on Northwood Drive. And I just wanted to say I strongly oppose closing Gibbon Drive left turn and all the quick builds.
Bring that microphone down just a little
We
bit.
all bought in our neighborhood due to the beauty of the historic neighborhood, and the signage and the crosswalks are unnecessary at this time. I realize the city of Alameda has a traffic problem. Our neighborhood's not unique. We have speeding. I think the $200,000 could be used in parts of the city that need it a lot more than we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Marilyn Bowe, then Walt Grady, then David Foote.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Marilyn Bowe. I live on the exact corner, Bayou Vista, Southwood, and Fairview. And I've been there 36 years, and this is my third time coming to the council to support not closing Gibbons. The first was a blockade up on, 30 years ago, a blockade up on High Street in Gibbons. So no traffic coming down Gibbons because they said their houses were more important than the rest of the neighborhood. So we launched a campaign saying, this is not about one street or one house against another. This is, if you do something to part of that neighborhood, which is small, and Gibbons was made as artery street, then it affects everyone. So we need to, so anyway, we stopped that. And then they tried to stop Southwood, Northwood, and Gibbons. And again, for safe routes to school, but the safe route was on Lincoln. So we squashed that. With the underlying fact of Gibbons, I don't care what anyone says or re-rates it, it's an arterial street built for Alameda from High Street to downtown. It's 10 feet wider than all the streets in Fernside in Gibbon. And it affects our little streets. So on my corner where this quick installed roundabout is supposed to be put in like tomorrow, it funnels into little bitty streets. And there's no traffic. But it's the rumor is that it's to get ready to close Gibbons. So all these meetings and people are up in arms. And I just implore the council to think harder, to use your head. I worked at AT&T for 30 years. You know, we would have thrown everybody out if you came up with this harebrained stuff and everyone keeps having all these discussions that it won't work. How will it work? How does it make sense? So please think about it. You can't close Gibbons willy-nilly.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Walt Grady, then David Foote, then Jim Strelo.
Welcome.
My name is Walt Grady, a 43-year resident of the Fernside area. I live at 2947 Southwood. I oppose any closing of Gibbons. And it sounds like the proposal in front of the council is tied to at least a temporary closure of Gibbons. So if that is absolute, if that's what it is, then the council should reject that proposal. I am in favor of traffic calming. Start with speed bumps. Do traffic circles if you have to. Where I live on Southwood, I'm going to be between 2 traffic circles and probably a speed bump in front of our house. So I'd be drastically affected by it. I'm willing to live with that, but no closure of Gibbons. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
David Foote, then Jim Strelo, then Adam Garfinkel.
Welcome, Speaker Foote.
Yeah, hi, I'm David Foote. I'm a 45-year resident of on Lincoln near Broadway. And I, too, am completely against any plan, pilot or permanent, that would close the left turn from Gibbons onto High and the High Street Bridge. I feel that this is not warranted, that it would drive traffic off of a wide arterial street that's been used for decades to connect to the High Street Bridge onto smaller streets. And not only would they be smaller streets that they would turn onto initially, they would eventually get to either High or Fernside, and then they would often have to make an unprotected right or left turn onto those arterials, and then another left when they get to the High Street Bridge. I feel that I've heard a lot of good things mentioned today about possible improvements that would be advisable here. I've heard about pedestrian improvements at High and Gibbons, where perhaps some kind of a pedestrian signal there could be installed. I've heard about recommendations for speed reducing measures, and I think we all would agree that speeding is a bad problem in this town right now, possibly related to reduced police enforcement from when I first moved here. I think that the city should investigate further speed calming measures. I'd like to also ask the city to think about the plan that's just been instituted in San Francisco of speed cameras based on license plate reading. I think that too might be something that the city of Alameda could use to reduce the speeding problem in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jim Strelo, then Adam Garfinkel, then Anna Williams.
Welcome, Speaker Strelo.
Good evening. I'm a 69-year resident on Gibbons. Gibbons is both a neighborhood collector, being an important artery for many adjacent streets, and a gateway on and off the island. How do you get to Alameda from the freeway? For years, the answer was take High Street, over the bridge, go on a beautiful liquid amber Gibbons Drive, etc. Once Tilden Way was built, take High to Fernside to Tilden Way. But once Fernside Boulevard is closed at Tilden Way soon, Gibbons Drive will again be an easy, direct way to get to and from downtown Alameda. Number 2. Remove the 70-foot pedestrian walk across High along Fernside South Side. The city added that complexity on its own. Pedestrians have safely crossed Gibbons Drive at High without your new design. Hardly any pedestrians cross either street where parametrics indicates. 3. Years ago, in order to install a dedicated bicycle light, you'd have to delay traffic on other intersecting streets. The core reason for closing Gibbons was to make programming the signalized intersection easier for the city engineers. NoTraffic.com's artificial intelligence solution will help you to optimally program that intersection so you no longer have a reason to close off Gibbons. Fernside was discussed for years, with the closing of Gibbons at High thrown in at the last week. Then when there were city workshops for that intersection, city maps just happened to include Gibbons from Lincoln Avenue. There have been 0 workshops on Gibbons as a neighborhood. There have been no injury and accident data in Gibbons neighborhoods to warrant spending city general fund money. You have held many workshops for other street projects, but no Gibbons Drive safety workshops as its own project. Sounds as if there's city discrimination. You must bifurcate this intersection because you have incomplete warrantless data. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Adam Garfinkel, then Anna Williams.
Welcome, Speaker Garfinkel.
Hi, Mayor Ashcroft and council members. Thank you for your time and leadership tonight. The route from Gibbons out of town is the safest route through the intersection. Taking that away is less safe. Simple. Like, we all think that these bike lane changes are good. It is nice to have more options. I've been riding my bike around town my entire life. The only time my life was put in danger was 3-4 weeks ago. I was riding down Clement in a protected two-way bike lane. Somebody driving the same way took a left and just about killed me. It's a perceived safety. It's their perception of what safety is, but we live it. We know it. Please, stop listening to these people. At the workshop, if you're presented with the option of close Gibbons or install a roundabout, everybody's gonna say, install a roundabout. Because they know how stupid this is. It's ridiculous. Installing the roundabouts should be its own separate debate. And as you've heard from so many people, we don't want it. Spend the money on parks. Spend the money on kids. Don't create safety problems where they don't exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Anna Williams, then we'll go to remote.
Welcome, Speaker Williams.
Good evening. I'm an Alameda resident, and for the past 15 years, I've lived on Bayo Vista Avenue, and I'm here tonight to ask you to please not close Gibbons, even for a pilot study. Closing Gibbons will divert traffic to neighborhood streets that are 2/3 the width of Gibbons, and the city's own study found traffic would increase on those narrow streets by 400% that don't have protected left turns. That's beyond unreasonable, it's unsafe and unnecessary. Looking at the safety for the whole neighborhood holistically, this matter should already be closed. But it's not, because a Gibbons closure is being touted as a solution to a future congestion problem caused by the Fernside Bike Lanes project. For what it's worth, I'm a cyclist of 30 years, and the Fernside bike lanes are fine. My kids and I use them all the time. But the focus for tonight is this: keep Gibbons open for the safety of our neighborhood. When someone is injured in an accident due to diverted Gibbons volume, it won't matter that the closure was only a pilot or temporary. Unsafe is unsafe. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Michael Sullivan.
Welcome, Speaker Sullivan. In the room?
Remote.
Oh, remote. Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I've biked through the Gibbons High Fernside intersection most days for years on my way to the Coliseum Amtrak station for my commute to the South Bay, so I know that intersection well. It's a bad intersection, especially for biking. It's always risky getting through there, and the intersection definitely needs to be fixed. I appreciate all of the analysis by staff and consultants that says a turn restriction is the right solution to make the intersection safer, and I fully support this. The fact that this is needed to move the Fernside Bikeway project forward only strengthens the case. I understand why some of the neighbors still don't want the turn restriction, but like many other Alamedans, I live on a narrow street that already carries more traffic than the diversion streets would see, even in the worst case scenario, and it's manageable. So I think we need to look at the big picture and do what's right for all Alamedans who use this corridor. The staff recommendation solves several problems and fairly addresses the impacts. I feel that this is the best path forward, and I urge to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
John Sweeney.
John Sweeney. Welcome, Speaker Sweeney.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's John Sweeney. I live on the corner of Cornell and Gibbons. I'm here in opposition of any closure of Gibbons, especially when it's being called a pilot. I mean, it's obviously a significant change. So it's also potentially an irreversible one. I think we should be concerned that the movement didn't appear to be based on data. The community pushed back and forced the data to be gathered. That's concerning. I live on the corner of Cornell and Gibbons, as I mentioned, and so I see a lot. Cornell's a small side street, but because of the position as like the last option before you get to High Street, it's also treated as a shortcut for cars, and they cut the corner, and it's a known concern. So any diversion of this traffic off of Gibbons, it's going to have a knock-on effect that we haven't really considered yet. So the families who walk or bike or drive these streets every day, this small increase is going to spill over and make a big difference in our day-to-day life. So I am not against improvements. I'm a fan of change, and I do support traffic calming. The speed humps sound great, sounds reasonable. That's a low-risk step that we can take, that we can evaluate with real data. My ask is simple, that we prioritize thoughtful, incremental solutions, avoid large, expensive structural changes that may not actually fix the issue. Please reject the closure of Gibbons. I am in favor and excited about the traffic calming, and I received a text message saying from my neighbor, hey, count me in. Everyone who's spoken on behalf of not moving forward with closing Gibbons has had great points. So thank you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Travis Morgan.
Welcome, Speaker Morgan.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thanks again for meeting to discuss pedestrian safety in Fernside. My name is Travis Morgan. I'm a cyclist, runner, parent of 2 elementary-age children. I'm a Gibbons resident and co-chair of the Edison Elementary Walk and Roll Committee. In the interest of pedestrian safety, I support staff's recommendation to implement traffic calming measures and to pilot the effects of modifying the Gibbons and High intersection. If the intersection changes are found to be more negative than positive, I support leaving the intersection in its current configuration. If the changes net benefit, I think you should follow the data and proceed with the changes. In prior meetings, most of tonight's commenters supported evidence-based decision-making, and I think it's still a good idea. Thank you for your time and disproportionate energy and resources to this one neighborhood traffic improvement proposal. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Frank Tang.
In person? Remote. Welcome, Speaker Ting. Are you, there you are, hi.
Yeah, hi there. Thank you for your time today. My name's Frank Tang. I live in the neighborhood around Gibbons I've been here for 5 years. I'm also an avid cyclist, runner, and pedestrian who walks and bikes my 2 elementary kids to and from school almost every day. I implore you not to close Gibbons, including as a pilot, and as it is unnecessary and risky for a lot of the reasons mentioned today. We would be replacing Gibbons at Clear Connector already with the protected left turn, crosswalks, and throwaway stops, with in a focused street where pedestrians, both young and old, they understand it, they can navigate it accordingly. It's been designed around that, the higher traffic. And we would be pushing traffic onto smaller streets without four-way stops nor protected left turns, increasing danger, confusion for young and old. I embrace change. I applaud the Fernside Corridor redesign and bikeway, but not at the risk of younger and experienced pedestrians and cyclists who are still learning the ways of the road. I believe we can do better when putting our heads together and with community input. And I urge the council to reject the closure of Gibbons and seek other solutions for addressing these complex problems. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Zach Bowling.
Welcome, Speaker Bowling.
Evening, Council. Yeah, I have spoken in support of this before, but I'm also just wanting to speak again on the support of this quick build traffic calming measure for Gibbons. I think a lot of neighbors have been told, maybe through rumors, that this is like a closure of Gibbons, or that's the way it's being spun, which is a lot more extreme than what's actually happening here. The only thing happening is paint, posts, some temporary build outs, a roundabout, and safer crossings. But all the directions basically stay open except for that one left turn. So I'm in favor of these like fast, cheap measures that we can do to try to improve pedestrian and bike safety, but just safety all around. That crosswalk is extensively wide, and this helps build out better signaling and overall has Alameda become more better connected. And gives us a better network across the entire city. So I think this approach, this phased kind of approach, responds to a lot of the community concerns. I'm really thankful that staff and everybody has had so many meetings to collect public input on this issue. But it's really important that we get these kind of safety upgrades and collect the data that we'll get from a temporary build out from one of these things to know if we're doing anything better here. And I think it's important for us. So it's a small investment, potentially a big payoff. And I think it really helps the neighborhood. So I'm gonna leave it at that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
We'll go back to in-person. Jason Fang, Justin Fox, and Doug Letterman.
Speaker Fang.
Hi, I'm Jason Fang. My family moved here in 1988. I have a brother and 7 cousins in Alameda, so my roots are pretty deep. I now have 2 kids of my own, and we live on Cornell and Bayou Vista. My wife and I started a family here because of many reasons, but one of them is safety. And the proposal to prevent people from going onto High Street from Gibbons seems like we're making a big jump in the wrong direction. I'm opposed to that temporary measure or permanent measure. The closure of Gibbons will divert traffic to our little intersection. The study shows a comparison of Pacific Avenue and Cornell, and these 2 streets are not the same kinds of streets. I know because I grew up on Pacific Avenue. Pacific is, in most parts, almost as wide as Gibbons. So yes, Pacific should be able to handle more traffic than Cornell or Bayou Vista. The original design of the traffic flow in the area was clearly designed to have Gibbons be the main artery. I think a lot of people have mentioned this already. Closing it off will make the surrounding areas more dangerous. If you think about someone who encounters the closed off left for the first time, they'll have to make a right onto High Street. And what they'll logically do is make another right and get right back into our little neighborhood, which they were trying to escape. I think some impatient drivers will maybe do some unsafe maneuvers of U-turns either on High Street or in our neighborhood. And so I don't oppose the traffic calming measures of stop signs or roundabouts or speed bumps. I think those are reasonable if the concern is speed throughout the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Justin Fox, then Doug Letterman, then Charles Varrer.
Welcome, Speaker Fox.
Hello, members of the council, mayor, vice mayor. My name is Justin Fox. I'm a resident of Cambridge Drive, very near Northwood. And I want to be on the record against against any sort of closure of Gibbons Drive on a temporary or pilot or permanent basis for reasons that are much discussed tonight. Most importantly, it will only shift traffic to narrower streets. It just can't handle the volume. Projected volume on Bayou Vista in the future is 4 times what it is today on a much narrower street. I cannot see how that enhances safety in any way. As regards to calming devices, in particular, I'm no fan of traffic circles. This was tried before at Northwood, Southwood, and Gibbons about 10 years ago. It was not popular. People came out against it in droves. I wouldn't recommend any further consideration of that here. Thank you very much. I think the money would be better spent elsewhere.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Doug Letterman, then Charles Varner, then Elliot Blake.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I'm a resident of Alameda. I live in Central Alameda, and I'm here to urge you to support staff's recommendation for item 7B. I've actually had a personal encounter with a speeding driver on Gibbons and Northwood. I was nearly hit by a car, so I like the fact that this plan has the traffic calming improvements there with this traffic circle. I'm a parent of a 9-year-old daughter. We frequently walk and bike and run and even drive through the Fernside neighborhood. So these safety improvements are important to me because I want my daughter to, as she grows up, be independent and be safe. And I think these plans set the Fernside project up for success. And I think it's important for the city's future plans, for the streets and the traffic calming. I like the pilot because one of the things, I'm not a traffic engineer expert, but I have heard that often when traffic improvements are made, traffic simply disappears. We might see the cut-through traffic that they're seeing through the neighborhood right now simply disappear when these improvements are made. But let's find out. So once again, I urge you to support this plan, staff's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
Charles Varner.
welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Ashcroft and council members. Much thanks to you and city staff for your service towards an ever more prosperous Alameda. The single most effective way to create a safer and more pleasant Gibbons High Fernside Gateway is to implement the facilities council already adopted in the active transportation plan. As that plan makes clear, comfortable, low-stress neighborhood greenways improve walking safety and calm traffic via comprehensive treatments that achieve and maintain low vehicle volume and speeds. Whether a speed hump here, a roundabout there, or a closure on the opposite side from the high-speed inbound traffic would facilitate or hinder implementation of the Gibbons Neighborhood Greenway is a fundamental question that hasn't been addressed yet. Will these measures yield the target average daily traffic of 1,500 vehicles or less and travel speed of 20 miles per hour throughout the neighborhood? I really do wish we knew. Unfortunately, the current traffic study tells us only that vehicle volumes will increase exponentially on several currently calm streets. Thus, I urge you to return to the work of implementing the plan council has already adopted. Instead of separating the Fernside project from the Gibbons Neighborhood Greenway, design these clearly integrated work streams and build them together. It would be wonderful to see a calm High Street too. The benefits an even more pleasant gateway would have for the East End and the city as a whole are enormous. But of course, you already know this. Council already saw this bright future when it adopted the carefully considered active transportation plan 3 years ago. Use the $200,000 to craft an evidence-based build-out of the plan that's already been adopted. Let's work together to get it right. Thank you very much for your careful consideration, and I appreciate the efforts at compromise and medium-term evidence gathering that I've heard in this room tonight.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, how many more speakers do we have? The last one. All right. We won't take a break before the last one. Who's our last speaker?
Elliot Blake.
Welcome. Was that Glick?
Blake.
Blake.
Blake. Yeah.
You tell
Elliot
me.
Blake.
Okay, hi.
Hi, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm a resident of Alameda, cumulatively about 25 years. I currently live on Southwood at the corner of Fairview and Bay Vista. I would like to voice my opposition, as many have, to the closure of Gibbons, even on a temporary basis. I understand the desire to gather data and make data-based decisions. I think we also are all concerned with the well-being of residents and the overall well-being of residents throughout Alameda. So as we've heard, closure of Gibbons, based on the data, will divert traffic to smaller streets. That is the knock-on effect. And subsequently, further knock-on effects are the requirement to slow down that traffic. Well, we're all concerned with safety, and safety means slowing down the cars. Closing Gibbons does not slow down the cars. There are other measures that people have talked about: too slow cars, yield signs, stop signs, speed humps. Those will actually increase safety. The closure of Gibbons ultimately is not about safety. It's about congestion caused by the Fernside project and the signal pattern coming from the new bike lane. That is really what the closure of Gibbons is about mitigating congestion as part of another project. It's not about safety. Stating that it's safety is, as has been stated, conjecture. So I think we all want safer streets. I think we would like to divert cars to major roads and away and slow down cars that are on Gibbons and driving throughout the Fernside neighborhood. And there's ways to do that without disrupting the traffic in our neighborhood. Similarly, as roundabouts might do, which has been mentioned, would cause issues with large vehicles, work vehicles. Let's slow it down.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. And that's our last speaker, Madam Clerk. Okay, with that, we are closing public comment on item 7B. We are going to take a break. I have a rule, really it's from psychiatrists at UCSF back during COVID that taught me, and they still do this at UCSF. There's no meeting longer than 2 hours without a break. We've gone in 2 hours and 20 minutes, and it's hard on staff who are doing a lot of technical work to follow this, and it's hard on all of you to be sitting there. So it is now 9:40. Let's take a 10-minute break. Actually, we're going to make it 15, and we'll be back at 9:55. Everybody in your places, staff and council anyway, in your places at 9:55, please. Thank you. Balcony? The balcony is ready, we're all ready. Okay. Hello, staff. So, we're back. Before we go to our deliberation, Madam Clerk, can you, so here's what's happening. This is as much for council and staff. We have a couple more regular agenda items. However, we did not get to some of our closed session items that are time critical, so we're going to have to get to those. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this one up, 7B, but we are not going to hear items 7C and 7D tonight, and the city council, the city clerk is going to explain how that will work, because
Yes.
she's so much more articulate than I am.
So the city council has a section of the agenda called section 6 that's continued agenda items. So the council has the option of tonight designating if you would like to move either or both of those items to section 6 continued agenda items on December 2nd, 2025, and that would require a vote.
What I would suggest, we do our agenda meeting tomorrow, so I'm not sure what's on the agenda. Staff, is it a heavy agenda?
We have one item that is park fees, and then at the last work session on our infrastructure related to sea level rise and flood protection.
Okay.
The fees are time sensitive. That one is
Sure.
time sensitive, although we might be able to look to December 16th. But I think we have to do it before the end of the year.
Sure, and we shouldn't have to come back afterwards for a closed session. So, okay, I'm not picking favorites, but the Mylar balloon one doesn't rise quite to the, I'm not sure I want to bump it to section 6. It could just go wherever it falls on the regular agenda. Would that be okay with you, Councilmember Jensen? Okay, so what I would suggest, council, is to keep to move item 7C, correct?
Yes.
7C is about the inlet fees.
Workshop.
Yeah, inclusionary housing workshop. I would suggest we move that one to item 6 and let the Mylar balloons fall where they may. No, that's a bad joke. And then we'll work it into the order of the regular agenda for next time. Okay, so, and that's all we need to do is take a vote on that?
Yes, all you need to take a vote on is moving the 7C, the workshop, to section 6 of the December 2nd agenda.
Thank
And
you.
then we'll address the other one.
Could I get a motion and a second for that, please?
I move that we make this agenda adjustment.
Okay, and seconded by? Second. Councilmember Jensen, moved by Vice Mayor hello. I want to just merge the two of you, Vice Mayor Pryor and Councilmember Jensen. So all those in favor, please signify by stating aye. Aye. And that was unanimous, right? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are back in business, and apologies to those of you who are waiting for that item. Apologies. Okay, I'm going to lead with a few comments, and then we can get into some more discussion. Really quickly from our from the City Attorney's Office, Ms. Carr-Silver, there was an allegation or an assertion made that somehow we hadn't properly noticed this item about the quick builds. Could you just, because I know you staff these issues, so could you please clarify for us what's happening?
Sure. So under the Brown Act, the city is required to notice an item using 20 words or less. And so you typically have an abbreviated title. And so this title referenced the overall project, and it referenced traffic calming and data collection and the appropriation of the $200,000, which is the major actions that you're being asked to take. The staff report also referenced particular recommendations that you are being asked to make, and that included all of the traffic calming and the pilot program as well. And then it certainly, we saw a lot of folks come out in connection with the closure of Gibson as, which indicates that there was appropriate notice on that particular issue. But of course, the council does not need to take an action on every aspect of the project, but you certainly have the discretion to do that under the
But you're fine,
notice.
you find that it was adequately noticed.
Exactly.
Yes, and I will add for the benefit of the public that the city attorney's office reviews every agenda item before it goes on the agenda. So a couple things I just want to raise is that I appreciate everyone for coming out and all you stalwarts who are still in the audience. We listened to all of you, read your correspondence. I so appreciate those of you who expressed your views, and their strong views on these topics, but you were civil. I was saddened that a few folks found it necessary to insult our staff. That is never acceptable. And I will also point out that it doesn't bolster your arguments. In fact, the opposite is true for me. When someone needs to say things like staff isn't concerned about safety issues, they are extremely concerned about safety issues. The people who were talking to you go to the scenes of fatal accidents the following day, and they analyze everything that happened, and they talk with the police, and they are very concerned with safety. We don't all have to agree, but please don't insult our hardworking staff. We are all hardworking people. You are, we are. Let's not insult each other. And I said this in the beginning, we don't have to agree. We do need to be civil. This is Alameda. And just a little bit of clarification. I heard it said by a couple of people that roundabouts will make it hard for trucks to make turns. Scott Wickstrom, can you come? And also, there's a difference between, in terminology. I mean, the terminology makes a difference, right? So tell us what we're talking about and what we're not.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So there are different sizes and types of, we'll call them roundabouts or traffic circles. I think if the one we most recently installed is on Pacific. That is what we call a traffic circle. It's a very tight intersection. It's also not really, it's really intended to slow and mitigate traffic there. When we start shifting over to Bio Vista and in Southwood and Gibbons, Northwood, Southwood, those are very, very large intersections and can handle basically a full-size roundabout. They're almost equivalent to what we are constructing on Central and 3rd Street, that size of a roundabout. Those roundabouts are designed to basically slow vehicles down as they come around the corner, but they also are built in such a way that they can accommodate larger trucks, that they can kind of, I'll say, cheat into the apron a little bit. We design it to accommodate that, to accommodate the larger trucks to get through those intersections as well. So both these intersections are plenty large enough that we will be able to design them to accommodate truck traffic.
Thank you. And this came up in a conversation we were in yesterday. Don't go away. A fire truck needs to get down the street in a hurry. Do they have to go around, or can they just go over?
That would be up to the individual truck driver. What we've worked with the fire department on is they have established what they consider primary response routes, and then there's secondary response routes. Gibbons is not one of their primary response routes. We clarified with them before we came forward with the proposal for traffic calming. They would only come to Gibbons to respond to a call on Gibbons. They would take alternate routes to get close to there. But in the specific case of the roundabout, they have the ability to, it's really up to the driver what's quicker to go around or to take their wheels up and over it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So what I would, and there's another, someone raised the issue of why can't we do in Alameda what San Francisco is doing with red light cameras? City Attorney, one of you, do you want to talk about why San Francisco is allowed to do red light speed cameras?
Sure, Madam Mayor.
you.
There's special state legislation that authorized San Francisco to do so, and that legislation does not apply to the city of Alameda.
There's a few cities in the state that are pilot programs. We did not get chosen. I sit on the board of the League of California Cities. We have been just, lobbying strenuously for this, and it'll happen, but it's got to go through the pilot program first. So that's why. What I would like council, and I'm very interested to hear from all of you, what I would like us to contemplate is we need to do something. I would be prepared to follow the staff's recommendation, but I'm not sure everyone would, and we've heard a lot from neighbors. I've also organized a field trip, and a few of us went out to see that area at 8 o'clock. The streets we're talking about on 8 o'clock on a weekday, because that's when the school kids are coming and going. And as we were walking around with our clipboards and in the middle of these big round intersections, or big round areas where the traffic, the speed bumps, traffic circles, roundabouts are being proposed, a number of parents of Edison children came over to ask us what we were doing, and when we told them, they said, yes, we need this, thank you. There's these big, wide, round, we saw it in the proposals. Those are good things to do. I, this year, have been part of the Mayor's Institute on Pedestrian Safety, one of a dozen mayors across the country that has been in this year-long program. After the in-person session in DC, we've had almost monthly virtual sessions, which I've had city staff from planning and building and the police department join me. And we've learned a lot, and some of the proposals you're seeing have been tried and tested in other places, and they really do work to slow down traffic. It's a combination of that experience, but also hearing from parents who were either walking their kids or on their way back from walking their kids to school, and just seeing, it is great to see how many kids of all different ages are riding their bikes, mostly wearing helmets that are mostly fastened. And there was an adorable little girl who might have been reading a book the whole time she was walking, including across the street. It wasn't a busy street, but she was so cute. But but we do need to make our streets safe for all users. I would love to see us at least approve the speed bumps on Gibbons, the traffic calming that is proposed for those two different big round intersections. If you haven't already visited Pacific, where some of these traffic calming measures have been installed, please do. It's pretty impressive. And as was said when we were talking about roundabouts for another, I'm not even going to remember which intersection it was, but that no one accelerates into a roundabout. You can't. You have to slow down to go into it. And so these are the sorts of things that I think we should be moving forward with. City Manager Ott, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, because we were talking at the break about Fernside and how that all fits in. She's very good at threading the needle. So thread that one for us, if you would, please.
I think staff's recommendation was trying to thread the needle. Like we had community meetings. We heard that folks were really concerned about neighborhood calming, not wanting to rush into making the safety changes to that intersection. So that was why we proposed this kind of phased approach. So I don't know that I have a lot of other creative ideas. I think I would just say, if you just do the neighborhood traffic calming, that's not staff's recommendation, but if you did just do that, I think we just want to acknowledge that the two-way bike long-term concept on Fernside kind of depends on something happening at that intersection. And we've studied it. We've hired, the best engineers around to try to help us figure out what to do there that wouldn't require that right turn only. And we don't know that there are other solutions. We don't think there are other solutions to that. So if we don't move forward with the pilot, or we're not in the future willing to kind of rethink how Gibbons works, we may have to revisit that two-way bike concept. So I just want to disclose that, and that is something that will just, and that implicates a much larger neighborhood and in a lot of ways the whole city, because that really creates a really important connector to the Cross Alameda Trail. So I just want to, if you want to do something incremental, do some neighborhood calming, that's obviously part of our recommendation. We think that would make things safer. It does kind of one of the reasons we really wanted to tie this together was because we wanted to be really transparent that we have a problem though in the future. What do we do with that two-way bike way along Fernside and this intersection that we know isn't safe? So at some point, we're going to have to figure that out. And if we don't want to do that tonight, that's fine. But I think we're going to have to call that question at some point or change that long-term concept along Fernside. So I'm sorry, I don't have a great thread the needle here because I feel like we spent a lot of time trying to thread the needle with the recommendation that we put forward tonight.
I appreciate that. And as you noted, it's not just the Fernside Bikeway, which I very much support. This is part of how we are going to address climate change and getting people out of their cars, but also, as Councilmember Jensen alluded to earlier, that intersection crossing Fernside is risky for pedestrians. Crossing Gibbons is crossing High Street. So we have work to do. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I want to hear from my colleagues. Who wants to start? Vice Mayor Pryor.
Yeah, and I also want to thank everybody for coming because I know this is not going to be an easy discussion. You have all lived here for a very long time, and this is there's a lot of emotions behind this. But I do want to start with to acknowledge staff. I do think that everything you've done has been slow and thoughtful and studied decision making. When I look at the timeline, for example, for phase one, that would be the quick build traffic calming and intersection improvements. That is projected to happen in 2026, 2027. And phase two, which is the temporary pilot, is proposed for 2028 up to 2030 or even later. So none of this is rushed. It's all very thoughtful, taking everyone's considerations. And I do believe this. I believe if we all voted for phase one and phase two, and we go through phase two, we do a 6-month closure, and we're like, yeah, this was a terrible idea, that we would say that. I think that it's meaningful, that it's temporary. I think that a lot of people were really upset, this isn't going to work, and it's shocking. And with that, the decision is evidence-based. It's not going to be me, Michelle Pryor, I drove, down Gibbons, and I think it's great. I mean, that's not enough. I think having, a third party give, evidence-based information, and I believe that of all of us, that we would use the information to make a decision. And I do also want to acknowledge that even though specifically there were car accidents that weren't caused from cars, entering or exiting Gibbons, what I understood that you had said was that a smaller intersection that was just more typical and smaller increases safety. That is so that makes sense to me. Also, shorter crosswalks are safer. Having those, having an ADA accessible crossing, because it's not ADA accessible right now. So I think that there are safety issues, maybe not the most, high priority of the island, but I think taken, in conjunction, sorry, it's late, but with the Fernside project, I think it just makes sense to do this, but I also agree that it makes sense to go slower. As someone said tonight, changing an intersection is a big deal. It is a big deal. So I do believe, I do agree with the recommendations, but because it is measured and slow, and there are many steps and also data collection along the way, because as smart as we all think we are, we all are also, all of us, smart enough to know that we don't actually know. And I think that's wise. So it just gives us an opportunity to, like in the worst case, like, oh, well, we have these wonderful traffic calming measures all over that neighborhood, but it was not a great idea to cut off the northbound traffic off of Gibbons. So I am in agreement for those reasons, because I don't feel like it's not permanent. And we're just agreeing to try it out and to collect data and then make decisions. And I trust staff and I trust people on council that they would make an evidence-based decision. And those are my comments.
So just for clarification, you're saying that you would support the staff recommendation?
I do support staff recommendation.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
Well, I'm happy to go next.
Councilmember Desa.
Thank you. I won't be supporting staff's recommendation. I do think that our consultants and our staff have provided us enough data and evidence on which, at least speaking for myself, to make a decision. Clearly, the problem is speeding traffic along Gibbons Drive. And to borrow former Vice President Kamala Harris's concept, where of concentric circles, where there are concentric circles overlapping consensus, so to speak, is certainly on putting some kind of traffic calming measures on Gibbons, whether it's a traffic circle or speed lumps. I mean, I was amazed to hear a resident who lives near one of the intersections himself say he would welcome a traffic circle. So clearly, I think that there is consensus in the neighborhood for traffic calming measures. Where there is clearly not consensus is, precluding Gibbons Drive northbound commuters on Gibbons Drive, precluding them from traveling directly to the High Street Bridge and forcing them to make a right turn over at where Gibbons meets High Street. Clearly, there's not consensus there, but what is there is data demonstrating the extensive amount of traffic spillage that would occur on Cornell Street. And while no data was presented with regard to Yale, I have to believe that Yale would also experience substantial amount of traffic spillage, as well as obviously Bayou Vista. So, when you stop people who are driving from Santa Clara Gibbons, who want to drive towards Gibbons and High, when you stop them from crossing Gibbons and High, clearly they're going to find a different route, and that route is Yale, Cornell, or Bayou Vista. I think from the outset, the concern that I have about that is not just the two issues that our staff had rightly pointed out, that there's substantially more numbers of traffic going along those narrow, but B, the fact that those streets are narrow. But I do believe that that there's every reason to believe that the cars that are diverted onto these narrower streets will drive faster. I mean, there is no reason to believe that they would not drive faster, because they're trying to, everyone, at least in the morning, is trying to get to High Street Bridge. And so they're going to rush at it because they're having to travel a longer distance, and B, frankly, because there could be, traffic calming solutions that slow their drive. So once they get onto Cornell or Yale, or once they get onto Bayou Vista, they're going to drive faster along those narrower streets. So the issue isn't just more cars, but the degradation of the quality of life of those neighborhoods as a result of faster cars. And for those vehicles that traverse Bayou Vista and get to Bayou Vista and High to make a left towards High Street Bridge, I think that does pose a problem, not just for vehicular traffic, but for kids who are coming from east of High Street, wanting to cross the street anywhere around there in order to get to Edison Edison Elementary School. So, so I think this isn't just, a Fernside problem west of High Street, but this is a Fernside problem east of High Street. So I think the evidence is there that I think staff had done their work in providing us council members the data on which to make the decisions as we in our as we each individually see fit. For me, I believe that I don't see myself supporting not allowing the traffic to flow through Gibbons, but forcing them to make a right onto High Street. I do support, traffic calming measures along Gibbons, like the circles and the speed lumps. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowler?
Oh, thank you. Adaptive traffic control technologies use sensors like cameras, radar, loop detectors to monitor traffic flow in real time and dynamically adjust signal timing to optimize traffic flow. So, in fact, a smart adaptive intersection system can be programmed to skip an entire signal phase, a leg of the intersection, if there's no detected demand, such as when the other legs are experiencing far worse congestion. Could I just ask staff to respond to that concept?
Yes, happy to. There are new technologies that are coming out, more commonly just referred to as AI for traffic signals. And they do have the opportunity to really make traffic signal flow much more efficient. The way I've often described it is it's a good way to think of it is you're actually having a traffic cop standing at the intersection and saying, hey, there's only one car waiting on this approach, but there's 30 cars over here. I'm going to let these cars go through and make that one car wait a little longer. And then after a certain point, start rotating the traffic around. It's an intelligent way to look at it. And what it does overall is reduces the delay at an intersection. We don't have any of that currently in the city. It's something that there's a lot of vendors coming forward with these type of products, and it's something that I'm sure in the coming years we will definitely be implementing.
Thank you so much.
May I just ask a follow-up question to your question? So does that technology do anything to improve traffic, pedestrian safety if, say, an intersection was a large one, longer than normal?
Not by itself, no. It doesn't shrink the intersection. It doesn't. What it potentially could do is look at reducing delay at the intersection, but it wouldn't necessarily. It doesn't make the safety improvements that a reconfigured intersection would make.
It's based on moving cars more efficiently.
Correct. There are some that could look at pedestrian movements as well, but frankly, it's harder to track pedestrians than it is to track larger vehicles. But yeah, you are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, in looking at the traffic calming measures, we have some stop signs already in the neighborhood. There's some speed humps that are recommended. There's, of course, the new bulb out quick build that's on the diagram too, and it's part of the staff report at the Gibbons intersection. And then finally, there's the new roundabout quick builds, which, if there's an equity sort of concept being applied here, I would assume are the most expensive and piece of this. I do think that staff makes a good point about if we're not going down this route, then there's an equity issue, although that's mitigated somewhat by the fact that there's still a decision to be made and there's some data that can be collected after traffic calming measures are put in place. And that adds a little more information. And we just heard technology is changing, and that could add a different equation a year or two from now. So I am not in support of the staff recommendation, but I would encourage the council to possibly look at phase 1 with the exception of item B, which is the quick build roundabouts, and phase 2 with the addition of item A of adding city council action after Transportation Commission before any decision for a temporary pilot. So with those changes, I could support an alternative.
And you would support the quick build roundabouts and the speed humps and all that?
I mean, unless,
Traffic
I mean, I
calming.
don't know if staff wants to, I think it'd be good for staff to comment on that concept. I'm saying no. Because of equity concerns and some of the comments that we heard and just the data that we have before us, why not just do the speed humps and the new bulb out and not the roundabouts?
If we want to address the neighborhood comprehensively, we think we have a good proposal here. And then also, we have the additional, in terms of equity, for these two roundabouts, we have the additional factor of the ADA transition plan and the fact that these intersections don't have curb ramps or crosswalks. So they actually rise up a little bit because of that.
And you could do those without doing the roundabouts though, right? You could also make some ADA improvements in those intersections if you wanted to.
If we're talking about accessibility, we're really talking about two intersections in particular, Northwood, Southwoods Gibbons, and then the Bio Vista one. If you go to those intersections, and this is where it's helpful walking with Marilyn, the Mayor Ashcraft, there's no obvious place to put a crosswalk as you would a standard right-angled intersection. The most logical place and where people often cross is actually behind the stop bar. It's a very awkward position where functionally that turns out to be a mid-block crosswalk about 50 feet behind the intersection or 30 feet behind the intersection. One of the drawbacks about roundabouts is they push the pedestrian crossings further away from a normal intersection. On these particular intersections, it actually is a benefit. It pushes the crosswalk further away from the center of the intersection to a narrower throat. It's a shorter crossing, it'll be a safer crossing, and it's a very clear way to do it. The roundabouts do really serve a dual purpose in the sense that it's traffic calming, but it also addresses a known accessibility shortcoming that these intersections have. So,
And what is the cost for those two roundabouts?
a lot of it's going to depend on the exact materials we have. We looked at 200,000 for all. Math in my head, it was about 150, I think, for the roundabouts. They're definitely more expensive than the speed humps for sure.
But I do encourage people to do site visits. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. Oh, you can come back, Mr. Wickstrom. One of the traffic calming measures that hasn't been discussed, it wasn't really brought up much in public comment, it hasn't been discussed at length in the presentation, is the the speed hump on Cambridge. And so I wanted to just ask you if you could provide a little more information about the safety that would provide at that part of the neighborhood.
Yes, one of the concepts we look at when we're looking at traffic calming is to try to have some measure every 350 to 500 feet along a corridor. That's about, not too close that they're too tight and not too far away that people speed between them. And as we look at how people are coming up Gibbons predominantly, we heard a lot of complaints about people speeding up Gibbons. We also heard a lot of complaints and even observed coming up and going up Cambridge as well. That's also on the safe routes to school to Edison, that crossing right there at Buena Vista. And so we basically elected to propose a speed hump just past that intersection. Cars will slow down before they get there as they see the speed humps. But yeah, that's definitely something we looked at. So we would have speed humps on Gibbons, on Cambridge, and then also one on Southwood is what's being proposed.
And with regard to safe routes to school, there was mention that Lincoln is the safe route to school in public comment, but I understand that there are, and of course, I live in the neighborhood, and my son did go to Edison School, and I know that you did a recent walk around, and there are many students, unfortunately, crossing from the inside part of Northwood, Southwood, over to get across to Gibbons, and they were either going to have to cross Thompson without any stop sign or a crosswalk if they're on the Southwood north-south.
It's confusing.
They're going to have to cross an unrestricted street to often either Thompson or Gibbons to get to Edison School. Is that correct? So my question is, is the Gibbons Roundabout, would that be considered part of Safe Routes to School as well?
Safe Routes to School is merely just a, let Lisa add, since what you might have to.
The Alameda County Safe Routes to School program did a school safety assessment for Edison School, and putting a roundabout at that location was one of their recommendations.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So that would be improved safety, definitely, and as we've all noted this. I've heard from my colleagues as well as from the community, and so my next question is, as I look at phase 1 and 2, and I appreciate that the Fernside Boulevard Traffic Calming and Bikeways project was approved, but I've also am aware, as you've presented in the past, and the city manager has, that there's no funding, and that's not pending. That project is likely not to be started until after 2030. And so then my question and my suggestion is that we continue with phase 1 and we move to, with regard to phase 2, rather than collect data after traffic calming and then proceed immediately, we collect the data, come back to the council with the data, as my colleague recommended, and as Councilmember Davis-Suggs said that he supported that, for a temporary pilot to the city council, and that is in 2028, between 2028 and 2030. So there's sufficient time to install these youth, student, children, protecting these roundabouts and as well as the speed humps that will make the neighborhood safer, that have been demonstrated by not just us, and I completely agree with the mayor that our staff has done a tremendous job with a lot of data, a lot of information, and making the recommendation that they as professionals can make, only they as professionals can make. And I live in the neighborhood, and I'm totally respectful of the recommendations made by staff. And what I'm suggesting is that here's another piece that we have just learned, that Safe Routes to School of Alameda County and our regions has suggested that this roundabout be installed at Northwood, Southwood, and Gibbons. So my suggestion, what I would be supportive of would be to do although apologies to staff, and I know how hard you've worked with this recommendation, but there will be an opportunity to come back. There will be an opportunity to do the left-hand turn restriction, and we're not going to be losing any grant money. We're not going to be losing any potential time on the Fernside Bikeways project, since that is not funded at this point anyway. So that's what I'm suggesting, and I would like to hear support or suggestions or the city manager's thoughts. I know that this isn't exactly the recommendation from staff, but I think it's, given all the work that's been done and given the concerns from neighbors, that might be the best approach.
Please, city manager.
No, so I think, because we would do the traffic calming, which is part of our phase 1 recommendation. The Transportation Commission's already asked us to go back to them with that information after we've done that, and we could just add the city council to that decision. I mean, that we could go back to you as well with the data, and then you can decide at that point, do you want to continue with the pilot or not, and have that be part of your decision-making then. But so it's not that different than what we're recommending. You're just not giving us direction for sure to do the pilot, which, yeah.
And that's what my suggestion would be, to collect the data after traffic calming, take the recommendation from staff to that point, to phase 2, the first point of phase 2, collect data after traffic calming, and then, as mentioned, was to come back to the Transportation Commission with data, which would be fine. There's nothing in the recommendation that defines what the Traffic Commission may do with that data. And I would prefer and think it would be ideal if the city council were able to see that data and then be presented with options based on that data for a temporary pilot if necessary.
So Councilmember Jensen, if I could ask, I'm looking at page 4 of the staff report, and it kind of sounds like you're suggesting that we approve phase 1. And then I have a question of, I don't know, anyone who wants to answer it. When the data is collected, does it have to go back to the Transportation Commission? Can it not just come to the council? I mean, it's not like we need them to translate or interpret for us, right?
That's absolutely in your discretion. It was just their recommendation. Obviously, they're a recommendation body, so you can decide whatever you'd like.
I'm just thinking about expediency and how long things take to come before the body. But Councilmember Jensen, is that, if you're looking at the Phase 1 recommendations, is that what you would be prepared to support?
Yes, I definitely would. I think why I'm looking at this option is because it doesn't change the schedule. It does the improvements that are necessary, and especially now that we've heard that the Gibbons Northwood Southwood intersection is a safe routes to school priority. So I think if we do this part and then it comes back to the city council, and we are, well, whoever of us are here at that time are able to look at the data and make a recommendation about the temporary pilot, or maybe there may be information that would suggest a permanent pilot.
Your time just ran out.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
However, and I am also mindful that Councilmember Jensen spent a lot of time on the school board and is very mindful of student safety. So I'm thinking, I hear that I would have gone for the whole enchilada, but you have to be able to count to 3. But I think the phased approach makes sense, and chronologically it's logical. Would you want to make that as a motion?
Yes, I make the motion that we accept staff's recommendation, adding in Phase 2, that after collection of data, after traffic calming in Phase 2, that the next step be come back to council with data and present options for a temporary pilot.
And let me just ask for clarification. You're recommending staff's recommendation? Is that what you're, or just the Phase 1 part of it?
Well, I said to accept staff recommendation, except that, I didn't completely accept staff's recommendation. I made a change to Phase 2 to all the way up to collect data after traffic calming, and then come back where it said to come back to the Transportation Commission. I would sub in, come back to the council with data and present options for a temporary pilot.
Okay, is there a second? And we'll get to your question.
Second.
Okay, I've had a motion by Councilmember Jensen, seconded by Vice Mayor Pryor. Councilmember Bowler?
Thank you, because I would note that collect the follow-up data and speed data along Gibbons is part of Phase 2, actually. It's item A. So I think the motion, if I understand it correctly, is to include that as in addition to Phase 1.
Right, collect data after traffic calming under Phase 2, and then come back to council with the data and present options for a temporary pilot.
And just a question for staff, which is that as to the roundabouts, because there was some new information there, because those are quick build, it's fair to say that those, in essence, are temporary. If something's really not working with that, that's not a big deal to change that, right?
That's correct.
For the record, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Jensen, the B under Phase 2, implement permanent accessibility and safety upgrades?
Yes.
That one too, okay.
Quick question.
And the second would apply to that too, correct, Vice Mayor?
Yes, so basically, letter A and letter B of Phase 2 would be included in the motion?
That's what I'm understanding.
Okay.
Question?
I heard Councilmember Desag ask for a question first, then we'll go back to you. Councilmember Desag?
I just want to clarify that the Phase 2 item C would not be included. Is that correct? So we're not doing precluding left turn?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Councilmember Bowler?
Thank you. Just Phase 2, item B talks about upgrading roundabouts, and I assumed that meant taking the quick builds and making them more permanent with upgrades. So is that right?
That's a good point.
Can we
that
remove
okay,
that portion?
So
they
that is,
remain flexible until later action?
You
yes.
want to, you want to remove the ADA improvements? Say it again.
Well, I believe there's two things going on in Phase 2, item B. One is upgrading ADA curb ramps, and the second is upgrading roundabouts as funding allows. And maybe they're combined as one thing, and it could be, so thank you.
Mr. Wickstrom, enlighten us.
If I may talk a little bit more about the roundabouts. We are wanting to get the roundabouts installed relatively inexpensively, hence the quick build materials. One of the challenges we have is there are very few, if any, curb ramps out there. So we'd be looking at some interim kind of temporary curb ramps. If after a year or so, everyone, community, public accepts the roundabouts, they're working for us, we would make an upgrade to make more permanent curb ramps for that accessibility. And then there's potential further upgrades in terms of the materials we're using on the actual roundabouts, a little more durable.
And Mayor, can I just,
Please,
I just
yes.
want to make sure you clarify that because the roundabouts push the crosswalks farther down and the curb ramps, if you didn't like the roundabout, you can't put the permanent ADA ramps in without keeping the roundabout. So I just want to make sure that is clear.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, we would start out with some sort of I'll say a temporary accessibility measure, temporary curb ramps, if the roundabout turns to be successful, and then we'd move towards a more permanent curb ramp.
Thank you. And so the motion does include both paragraph lowercase a and lowercase b of phase 2, correct?
I could restate if that would be
I
helpful.
think it's just fine.
Well,
Yes,
question.
yes.
Just so we're clear, like, the ADA curb ramps improvements, temporary ones, are already included in phase 1 under phase 1 item B. So why, if there's a lot of debate about this, if we want to have the flexibility on these roundabouts, maybe we just do phase 2 item A?
The verb is upgrade, so that's what we'd be looking at. Okay.
Right, the only question is, does upgrade mean it makes it permanent or not?
It makes it permanent.
I have another, I'll change my motion.
You know, we're going to have to make a motion to extend time because you're out of time. But I was actually prepared to call for the vote because I think we have a majority, and maybe we have 4, I don't know. We've heard the city engineer explain that the ADA improvements would not be effective if that roundabout wasn't there because of the relation to so it's hard for me to understand why you might want to remove them later. Let me, if I could just finish, because there will be time for it to be tested, and as you noted, it's quick build. If it's really awful, it can come out.
And that's compelling, as long as there's flexibility with staff being able to adjust. I think, you know, that's the intent here of the questions, to see if there's good flexibility on that, because there is pushback to these roundabouts, and there is an overall design that is sort of continuing going forward as to what's happening with funding and everything else, and years away for the full vision. So. And there was this equity issue too. So I do think some flexibility is a good thing.
And I think it's there. Councilmember Desai.
Really quickly, I want to confirm that phase 1 item D is seeking funding only for A, B, C, D in phase 1 and A and B in phase 2.
So seeking funding is actually for the long-term Fernside project because that concept plan was approved by the council, and so you are already allocating tonight, if you approve the $200,000, you're already funding 1A, B, and C, and A of 2A. 2B would be subject to other funding. So we'd be seeking funding for not only 2B, which would be the implementing the permanent accessibility. Some of that we might be able to fit in through some of our existing funding. The larger, really, we're talking about the long-term Fernside project, which is going to be millions of dollars of, yeah.
That the Cross Alameda bike.
So
Yes,
since,
that's the Fernside two-way bikeway that connects the Cross Alameda Trail with the wooden bridge, yeah.
So since 2 of my colleagues are out of time, I want to suggest that we vote to give everyone 3 minutes, not 3 minutes more, but you will have 3 minutes. Vice Mayor Pryor has been very judicious with her words, and
I will move to add 3 more minutes.
All right.
Second.
All right, and we need 4 affirmative votes. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. And that's to bring everyone up to 3 minutes. Okay, but you, my friend, have, anyway. Okay, and Councilmember Jensen, you were wanting to say something more.
I would just wanted to amend my motion, given all the discussion. I would amend the motion to move that we accept staff recommendations for Phase 1 quick build traffic calming and neighborhood improvements, and Phase 2 collection of data after traffic calming. Then, in addition, we would have staff come back to council with data and present options for future traffic calming measures, which may include making the roundabouts permanent, eliminating the left turn from Gibbons to High Street, or other options based on the data and recommendations from staff.
Oh. Okay. We can do that.
That is fine with us?
Okay. All right, did you get that, Madam Clerk? Vice Mayor, still willing to second?
Yeah, I can second.
Question, Councilmember
So
Desai.
did I just hear that the motion, I heard reference to eliminating the left turn, but how was that stated? It sounded like it was to be included, that there would be, maybe I misheard, that's all. I'm just thinking.
It was after the data. What I suggested was come back to council with data and present options for future traffic calming measures, which may include making the roundabouts permanent, eliminating the left turn from Gibbons to High Street, or other options based on the data and staff recommendations.
May include, okay, I see.
All right, we've had a motion, we've had a second.
I'll make a comment.
You can make a comment.
Okay, my comment is, my understanding of the motion now is that that the possibility of eliminating the left turn where Gibbons meets High Street is basically still on the table. It's just TBD. So for that reason, then I won't support the
Based on data
motion
collection,
as
right.
stated. I prefer Phase 1, A, B, C, D, Phase 2, A and B, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We've had a motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So that passes 4-1. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we are now going to move on to, what are we moving on to, Madam Clerk?
City manager communication?
Yes, Madam City Manager.
Yes, I'll try to, I've got a number of things, but maybe I'll go a little faster, reduce the number. But the city is launching 12 Days of Alameda, our annual Shop Local campaign, starting on Small Business Saturday, November 29th, and running through Wednesday, December 10th. So during these 12 days, Alameda shoppers collect tickets as they make purchases at more than 100 participating businesses. Then on December 12th at 12 noon, the city will announce 12 winners of 12 giveaway baskets, each filled with more than $200 of goodies from Alameda businesses. So an economic development, small business promotion. On December 6th, the city will host its annual Winter Lights celebration, where we will light the holiday tree in front of City Hall and enjoy performances by the Tap Dancing Christmas Trees and a number of other community groups. And the city has sandbags available to pick up at the Alameda Point self-serve sandbag station on Lexington Avenue and West Ranger. For those who need assistance, we'll have staff available to help out at the station on Saturday, December 6th from 7 a.m. to 12 noon. And I'll just end there.
Wonderful, thank you. And then, Madam Clerk,
We have no
10A.
more speakers on oral communications, and
Thank
then 10A is Councilmember Desai's referral. I'll quickly read the title so he can make his statement. Consider directing staff to temporarily lease a private parking lot bounded by the former U.S. Bank on the north and Kroll's building on the south for the public free parking for the month of December.
Did you want to comment on
Yes.
anything? Yes, please, Councilmember Desai.
First of all, I appreciate the work that, just kind of like, not deep and heavy work, but or assistance that the Assistant City Manager, Amy Woodridge, has provided, and just basically determining whether or not the property owner is interested in it. And the reality is, unfortunately, the property owner is not interested in, for a while, I thought he was interested in, and some business owners thought as well. But I do want to just briefly say the reason why, I even brought this up is because there are businesses where Webster Street and Central Avenue intersect, particularly on the north side of Central Avenue. Some businesses who have expressed to me exasperation at the continued placement of no parking signage. And I think they appreciate the fact that the no parking signage had been changed instead of from all the time until 5 p.m. And they appreciate that, but nonetheless, those signs are back until the end of December. But the exasperation comes in the form of that these signs that have precluded parking along Central Avenue, anywhere between McDonald's and the Kroll's building. The no parking signage had been there for many months when, as expressed to me, there has been little work actually being done. They just, as expressed to me, that it's affected their bottom line. So for that reason, given the hardships that they had faced, not just businesses on the eastern side of Central Avenue and Webster, but also on the western side of Central Avenue and Webster, given the hardships that they faced, I wanted to see if it was possible to lease out this space. But unfortunately, the owner of that parking space is mostly interested in renting out the building as well as a parking. So I appreciate staff's looking into this.
Thank you, Councilmember Day.
So I'm going to drop this.
So that's,
Yes.
Thank you. This is withdrawn. And so we do move on to council communications. You obviously have the right to say whatever you want, as long as you want. We still have to go back into closed session for 2 rather meaty topics. So if anybody wanted to just skip their announcements and take it up at the next meeting, that would be okay. Is that okay? Okay. Then I'm just going to announce I do have a nominee for Social Service Human Relations Board, and you will meet her and vote on her next time. Her name is Chantel Carter, and she is very talented. She works in the field of crisis management for some major corporations. But on top of that, she was a law enforcement officer back in the District of Columbia. She has been a professional rugby coach. She works with the Urban YMCA in San Francisco on their philanthropy board. She does a lot of really interesting things, and I just think you will enjoy meeting her and that she will be an excellent addition to the Social Service Human Relations Board. So, and this is for a term that is ending this December, and she would start in January, assuming the council votes for her. So my nomination for Social Service Human Relations Board is Chantel Carter. And with that, I am going to, we're just going to
Adjourn this meeting and
adjourn
return
this
to the
meeting
recessed
and
closed
return to
session.
closed session. Best of luck. And so first, we want everybody on the labor negotiation issue, right? Okay, come on back if that's your item. And thank you, all you stalwarts in the audience. Okay.
Deeps. Sorry, I just got panicked that I didn't have.
All right, the city council has just returned from closed session, and I would like to report that the city council conducted interviews for the interim city manager position and provided direction to the city attorney, and it was a unanimous vote.
Okay, and I'll report on the others? Oh, is there more?
For the other two closed session items.
Oh, for the other two
Me,
closed session
yes.
items, you,
I've
yes,
got the
you
rest.
can do that,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, yes.
Okay, you're finished with your part?
I'm
on to me.
finished with mine. That was on item
4A.
4A.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was just one vote that was unanimous, is that right? Okay.
There's just one unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. So on item 4B, staff provided information and council provided direction by 2 votes. The first vote was 4-1 with Councilmember Daysog voting no. The second vote was by 5 ayes. 4C was not heard, and 4D, staff provided information and council provided direction by 5 ayes.
Okay, and with that, at 12 o'clock midnight, this council meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.